Hooray, chat. Happy Monday. How's it going? Chat, guess what? Guess what? We've got peace!
We do. It is a me.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everybody doing, chat? How are you doing, Peace? Did you have a good weekend?
I did have a good weekend.
Hooray. Alright, let's see who all we got here. Let's say hello to the chat. Mars Wolf, Peace. Hello, everybody. Ah, yes, I love having an unstable bitrate. That's helpful.
Yay! The best thing for a streamer.
Yeah, because changing out our modem last week should have definitely been totally helpful. That's a thing that should have happened.
Yeah, you would think that would have fixed a lot of the issues,
You would have liked to think so,
right?
except we didn't entirely expect it to. That's just Comcast's first choice of fixing things instead of coming to the area and fixing the problem in the area.
Yes.
Yeah, my brother used to work for Comcast, so he's like, why are we switching the modem? That's not what this needs. And we're like, well, that's what they told us to do! Hooray! So helpful. Okay, let's see. Now the game should have sound existing, because sound doesn't exist unless I'm tabbed in.
Yes. Isn't that a lovely feature?
It's so great, and I could probably fix it if I wasn't in a lobby, but it's fine. Who needs that? Anyways.
Right.
It's Uno Day, chat! Friendships will be tested. Our competitive natures will be against each other. It's perfectly fine.
This is fine.
Alright, we're about to fuck up some bots.
Yeah. Hopefully.
I turned on some of the weird rules, but not necessarily all of them.
Oh, that's a 9. I can read numbers.
So yeah, the 7s and 0s, there's stacking on the plus cards. You draw
Yes.
until you have the card you can use. And then you have to play it. Aha!
Just ready to see some fun.
Oh god, my cards! All my hard work. Oh, please, for the love of... Yes! Haha!
Oh no.
Give me that. Aha! Give me
I
that
see.
back.
You want this right back. Ah, I see. This is the
Haha!
problem now.
Aha!
Aha!
Aha! Oh, snap! Well, they just handed that to you. Wow, bot! I see how it is. I love the extra rules so much.
Yes. I want to play in real life game of Uno with these rules.
Oh my gosh, that'd
Like
be so
in the
chaotic.
instructions now, it lists some of them list that these are
Yeah, rules. that
house
you
rules
use.
you could add.
Oh god, the bot, no.
Oh no!
I don't want those cards to come to me! Now we know that it doesn't have any red. Amazing. Oh god. Oh god,
He
neither
doesn't
of them
have
have
red
red! Oh snap, the self-jumpin'. Well, so much for red.
Hey, that's yellow. I don't have that.
Oh god! Well, that's fine. It's perfectly fine.
That works. Okay, here.
I can live with that. Oh, fuck.
Uh-oh. Well,
Well, he has a +2 now. What? Why do you want that mess?
sorry, I was hoping there was more fire power in this.
Ah! Take that for firepower.
Ha. Blue.
Uh-oh.
And we're back to green.
That's fine. Gets scary with only a couple cards in your hand.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Well,
I am full of fear. Oh no! Well, that's fine. Oh god!
oh, you made
Well,
it much worse.
Oh god!
Oh no!
I'm
No! No! The backfire is real.
Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, okay, alright! That's enough cards! I'm good, thank you! That was some absolute nonsense. That's continued nonsense. Okay. Oh, that makes me feel better. Alright. Well, you know... I have nothing! There! Now it's green!
And they have no green.
Uh-oh.
Oh. How good.
I've got you.
Ah.
Test, how are you doing, dude? Have you been? Oh, well, goodbye. This is a much nicer hand! You've had this lovely piece of work this whole time!
I mean, maybe.
Oh god, not the +6! Aha! Hey, Lucky! It is a lot of cards indeed. Been alright? That's great.
Oops, I forget there's a timer.
I was getting worried there. Oh, thank God. Well, oh, okay. Okay,
I have one of those.
okay. Well, fine. I'll take this.
Oh, I don't like that. Can we not?
Oh no!
Oh, luckily there's a 6. Good.
Well,
Fix it.
I have only so many options.
Again! Again!
Okay, okay. Well,
Yeah, one of those two.
haha!
A red one!
Well,
Uh-oh.
that's super unfortunate. Well, don't make it yellow. Or a 6. Well, I will still not be making it yellow or a 6. I will do that though. Oh! Haha!
Oh, good. You saved me from.
Haha!
Oh!
I love getting to jump in! Hooray!
Yay!
Now we've both won one. Perfect. Successfully call Uno 3 times in one round is what I just got. Oh my gosh.
I forgot that's a achievement.
All of the achievements. So what you got?
Bunch of yellows.
Indeed.
Here,
Oh,
I'd like
well.
that bag, please.
Okay, it was a very nice
Thank
hand that
you.
you had. Oh, thank God. Aha!
Aw.
I too can do that. Shenanigans. I don't really like this hand.
The unfortunate drawback of someone's hand sometimes.
Yeah, it's not great. Okay. Alright. Hey now. I'm sensing a trend here. Alright, well, good to know that my original hand was fraught with danger. I'm good, thank you. Fine. I don't think the bot. Oh, snap! Take that, bot!
Oh, really?
I was gonna say, I didn't think the bot could lie, but...
Especially on drawing, usually.
yeah. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, that's unfortunate.
We've learned ourselves a thing.
They can lie sometimes, but usually on
I'm
a
so
draw
sorry.
like that, it's never. Oh, this is terrible for the next
I'm
person.
getting scared. Okay. I'm always worried it's gonna
It
come
could-
right back around to me.
Yep, it can get bad like that sometimes.
Yeah. What they take from you? Huh. Interesting.
All right.
Alright. Not a lot of options in your hand there.
I see. I guess I should have played the other blue card I had.
Alright. I've ruined your old hand.
A 9, 4. Hey, I have one of those.
Uh-oh. Wow, sure wish I remember what I had. I think we might want to get it off of... Oh, well. I think they win. Okay.
Oh.
That
Fix
might be
this.
better. Or not. Damn
Ah,
it,
it
I
was
thought it
red.
was another yellow.
Darn it!
Welp! Alright. I'm just bad at games. At some point we'll have to try the duos and see what that's like.
Yeah.
Oh, a color change right off the bat, huh? Okay.
I see they didn't like that color. All right.
Apparently not. Do it again. Okay. Alrighty. That's fine. Oh, snap. Aha! fix that set of cards there. That's better. Oh, well. They're not that color. Damn. Oh my god. That hand is getting more and more terrifying by the minute. Oh, snap. Oh. Well,
I see this wasn't much better.
it's not much better. Well, alrighty. Okay. Seriously? Can I have anything? Alright, well, you know, I guess I'll take this back.
Alright.
That's not much better.
No, not really.
It gives you options, though. I mean, there you go.
There, now you don't have to worry about playing hard.
Yeah! Perfect. Aha! Okay, well, goodbye, hand.
Well,
Blues and green.
I see.
Well, you know, I guess I'll just take it back. That's the game we're playing. Okay. This is indeed the game we are playing.
Oh.
That was quite the, At least I can start whittling these down with a bunch of jump-ins.
Yes.
Alright. I'm not the threat here. There we go. Alright, let me give you more cards. Damn.
Uh-oh.
Haha! Take more cards anyways. You fool!
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I mean, guess that's better than the 6 I would have ended up with if it...
Yeah. Yeah, if it
Alright,
had
game,
kept
why are you
stacking.
being slow about this? Give me my jump ins already. Taking its
Here, you wanna
time
go
to
again?
register. No, I insist.
That's awfully kind of you, but I think I insist.
No, I insist.
That's, you know, that's super kind of you. And I guess I'll just keep going. With so many reverses.
It was.
Ah! Thought you caught me. Oh, snap. Damn it. Well, I think I know the answer here, so I'm just gonna take it.
Oh, well. That's unfortunate. Ah, you didn't
Oh,
call
thank
Uno.
God.
Get 2 carded. Well, I don't have any green now.
Meanwhile, I just sat there staring at the exclamation point like, huh? What? Oh yeah, that's what that does. Blazing with the 28 months! Hope you're doing well, dude. How you been?
Oh, go to that one.
Aww. live with that. Oh, my headset's dying. Charger.
No, not the ba-da-da-doops.
Not the ba-da-da-da-doops.
Uh-oh.
I don't have one of those, do you?
It's green again. Oh, look. Thank God.
This match is going a
Doesn't
little bit
bode
longer
well
than
for
the
later.
others. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Well, that's unfortunate. Okay.
This one.
I can make that work. Okay.
Remember if there was any 6s in there? If I should have played the 8 I had.
I'm really glad that there was a 6 in there. Alright, hey.
Well, now that's just rude.
Has the friendship been tested yet? Honestly, I think we're surviving.
For now,
I
yeah.
don't like this hand. I don't want it. Here, have it.
Oh no!
Don't worry, I've got you. Alright,
Oh,
well,
well.
I tried to have you. I'm sorry.
It's gonna be bad. Oh, this is quite unfortunate.
Well, that's fine. I didn't have anything to play for that anyways. I'm liking the 5s. You know what? I like the 8 too.
Oh no. Are we gonna get to 20?
Oh
Nope,
god.
19. Oh, why?
Well, that doesn't help anybody.
How dare? Nope.
Damn. Not so lucky. Hey, you've got
He's
more colors
suffering
to
for
work
green
with.
just as much as everyone else.
Oh, thank goodness. That was relatively quick.
Red.
Alright. Why does card shake? That was weird. Alright. It's still
Okay.
red.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. That's a 5. I don't have any of those.
Dang it.
Oh, look, a 5.
Oh, thank god it's a 5.
Fine. Here. 6.
I think you'd like to go again. Oh my. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, thank god. I don't care that I have to draw anyways. It's green now.
Green.
Yup.
Here, have a 3. The last
Oh
green I have.
god. Oh god.
Okay. Oh, good. I can work with this.
I can work with that. Oh, well. I'm so sorry.
What will they play?
I deserve that. Oh,
Another skip.
I guess I don't.
Oh, thank gosh. 4, 4. Alright. 2.
Oh, what a lovely 2
No, I
is.
know you had another blue in there. Why didn't you play it?
Suspicious.
You took my hand with 3 blues. You played 2 of them. Where's that third
You're
one?
like, I know better than this. I can work within these constraints.
alright.
Well. Okay.
Hand
Give me that
this
back. Uh-oh. What? Alright. I guess they didn't have any actual yellows? I don't know. Here.
I have all the colors.
Why is it still yellow?
I've never understood when the bots play color change cars and they just make it the color it already is.
We're done with yellow now.
Attack!
Well, you're very incorrect.
Skip.
Well, I know, that's just rude. I think they deserve to go.
Apparently not. They still got to go. Okay, now.
Ah! I regret to inform you this doesn't help you. Oh, God!
Well, you see.
About that. Alright, well...
Oh, look, I can jump
Oh! Oh, that's not fair! Oh my god! Oh, that was ridiculous. Oh, it was so many sevens.
It was.
Oh, jeez. Ah! Just kidding.
I too can play that with twos.
Oh, snap.
And green.
Well, here.
Hmm.
I give you one choice. Yeah, Blazing, we can get you in here. Alright. Well, okay then. That was unnecessary. I think everyone's getting to go but me. There. I'm also part of this game. Oh, thank God the direction's not on me. Aha, though! Yeah, not much going on here. Oh boy. The big draw. Okay, well, I only have one option there.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm so scared. Please no. Oh God,
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh,
Oh,
God, no!
Oh no!
Well. An agent of my own demise. That's fine. Y'all are really loving blue right now. Alright. You wanna play a game?
Hmm.
Behold the game.
Yes, I too.
Oh, they broke the game!
How dare!
Okay.
4. How about a 3? Red 3, I have one of those. Oh, well.
Ah. Okay, well.
Oh,
Okay, well. No. Alright, well.
Take the blue 6.
Ah!
Now you have 2 cards plus a blue 6. I see.
What are you gonna do about that? Ah, I see. Okay, I
Don't think it's another green. I think it was different colors.
oh boy.
I don't remember what the other color was, though.
Oh, thank God.
It wasn't blue. That's good.
Apparently it wasn't red either.
And back to drain.
Okay, and we're back
Or
to
not.
blue.
And I don't have any of that.
Oh no!
Okay. 1 through 9.
I can do that.
They also don't have blue.
What the fuck do they have? Oh.
Ow!
Oh, insult to injury!
And
They
yeah,
already won!
Yeah, you still get the cards after.
So mean! Okay, there's the exit. Okay. Yeah, I only have one of the add-on packs. I think I only have the Raymond one. But we can just do regular for now.
Yeah, everybody would need to have it if we were gonna play it.
Do they?
Fortunately, that's how. I'm pretty sure. I think me and my sister tried
That's
without
weird.
it one time.
Okay, invite. Blazing, you'll need to friend me on the Ubisoft thing. Because I have no friends. And also, you are welcome to join the Discord call. Are you just Blazing D on there? Oh, hello. Oh god.
Oh.
That was a sound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
Ah,
I'm.
there you
Hello?
are. Hello.
Hello. That was a lot of things that weren't set up properly.
Oh no.
showing.
Mm,
That I've not used any of this in months.
Gotta love that.
perfect.
Well, I sent a friend request to someone. It was either you or someone with the same name.
I am the only. How do I look at it?
That's a great question.
Uh,
I did it from the
Believe
game
you-
somehow, but
yeah, I believe you can do Ubisoft Connect thing on button on the main screen, and it'll bring up menus.
yeah, probably that.
Okay, let's see. Is my game broken?
Gotta love that.
All right, let me just disconnect this controller.
Goodbye, controller.
Any second now. Okay, there we go. Goodbye, controller. Now give me my keyboard and mouse. I can't see my mouse.
Give things, please work.
Okay, let's try this. Let me. No. Let me close the game and reopen it because it's not switching back. Seems in big picture mode for some reason.
Oh, that's helpful. Yo, chat, I set up that Steam family library thing. I am about to go ham on my brother's games. He's got so many
got
games that
anything
I want to
fun?
play.
A world of pure imagination.
He has a bunch of games that we used to have on PlayStation before our PS3 died.
Oh, I've been
So,
there before.
I'm like,
dying PS3s.
yes, give me Dragon Age, give me Mirror's Edge, give me all of the games that I miss. I'm so excited for all of his games.
I've never purchased Mirror's Edge, even though I wanted to play. I've played the demo so
It's
long.
a really good game. I want to play the second one. I haven't played the second one, but I played and beat the first one.
So, does it have any combat, or is it just free running and running away?
It's got combat. You're probably gonna be more inclined to run away, but there will be times where you will have to like defend yourself.
Okay. Okay, let's see.
I think you're even able to use like actual weapons to a degree. They're mostly ones that you take from other people if they're after you. I'm assuming that's you that accepted the friend request.
I found it!
Alright, let's
Yay!
get you in here.
Oh my goodness. Shift F2. Game, I can't hear you.
No! If you're
never mind.
tapped out, there's no sound.
I think I should be hearing something now. You know what? If I'm not, I'll be fine.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's not like I need to know what the enemy position is in Uno.
No! No directional
Everyone's the enemy.
sounds. Looky there, there we go.
I'm basic!
Hooray! Yeah, I'm using a really old
Yay.
picture too, so it's fine.
I didn't even know they had profile pictures for Ubisoft accounts.
Yup.
They
think I
didn't
had
used
one.
to. It used to just be avatars you could select from Ubisoft games. Then in an update they added where you could add actual profile pictures from like. Oh,
Yeah, and you
Got
can,
back
s-
into
you
the
can
game,
still
loud
use the
sound.
game ones. Yeah, I tried to change my profile picture, but I'd have to go to the actual website to do that. I can't do it from the
Yeah.
little game window launch thingy. Which is funny, because, like, it has, like, full account access. You just
Right?
apparently can only use the game avatars from here. But I put a
need to
cute little
change
border on
mine,
mine.
too. Yes. Speaking of that,
I'm
where's
worse than the
mine? I know I
AI.
have a water.
Yeah, you
No,
kind
I
of have to
got
fight
water.
the AI there, Blazing. Peace is the one sandwiched between us. Oh, is that
I
how
might
it's
as well
gonna
be an AI with my profile picture.
Oh no!
You know what? I'm better than you, AI.
Uh-oh.
How do you like that? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, reminder to Blazing, all the special rules are still on.
Mm,
Oh,
Yeah, like that.
that one.
as
That's
soon as
one
you
of them.
said it.
What a great example! Aww.
Hey, no. You could have took this. This is fine.
You know, oh, see, no,
Here, have a bite.
that's not helpful. Oh God, why couldn't you have?
I don't.
Oh, alright.
I don't remember what's in my hand either.
Would a 4 been more helpful?
No.
Well, then I can't
Oh
help you.
God, I'm so
Oh,
scared.
now it's green!
Okay.
Oh, you did? No, that was subliminal.
All right. You know, fuck that.
Hmm. Good choice.
Pretty
good
sure I
choice.
may have had a blue
Oh
card.
God, no. No.
You know what? Screw you, Snow.
Well,
Well, thank you, Snow.
oh, thank God.
Oh, it's
well, that
been
was
much worse now, though.
Well, you know, I don't want that color or those cards. You know what? Fine. At this rate, just give me more cards. It's a yellow 3.
No!
That's
My
fine.
plan! You know what? I'm fine with that.
I can make that work.
Give it here.
Ah, I see.
I have one of those.
Oh, thank God you saved me.
Mm-hmm. Alright, there's that yellow 3. Now I know there's 2 reds left.
Oh, they're red.
No,
Damn.
no.
They're
No,
red.
2 blues.
No, they're red.
No!
I distinctly
they're not
remember
blues.
red.
Give me more cards.
The AI heard me. It painted blue.
Here, would you like to have your turn? Okay.
I don't. I really don't.
Yes. I'm biding my time.
No, I insist.
Ah, see, I at least have one blue.
There's a red 4 in there. Hmm?
Apparently
No,
not.
maybe no
oh,
red
well,
4.
that was fast. You got something. Huh. About that, that's concerning.
No.
Very.
No!
So what was
no!
the blazing?
Ah, blue 7, huh?
No! I was saving
See?
that.
Now here's the thing about my hand.
There's no blue in it, I see.
There is nothing in it. Ah,
This hand is
this
wonderful.
is great.
No!
Is it though?
The AI's out to get me!
Why would you do that? Look at that trash.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm about to ruin your hand.
My hand!
Fine, there was no more blue in it anyway. I couldn't play anything other than that 7 I had.
If you want
My
the hand to
brand.
die, it goes to me.
My brand.
All hands go to me to die.
Blue again. Gosh darn you, AI. Why is blue your color?
Well,
It's okay.
a blue 7 would be great right now.
Heart of the
You
cards.
know, I'll take that. That works.
But I won't take that.
Oh no!
No yellow, huh?
Hey, so.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
AI,
Oh,
please,
thank
what did you have?
Nothing interesting.
This is quite unfortunate.
Oh no. Why?
I should have kept my hand because this is very uninteresting.
Give me more.
Oh my.
Oh.
Hey, AI. Oh. That's why I said my hand was uninteresting. I didn't think.
Yeah, I heard people don't like their hands.
Oh, see, that's... I can work with that.
Ah, yes. Thank you. No, thank you. Ah, yes, thank you.
Oh god.
Hmm.
Aha! But
Ah,
aha!
No!
Oh.
No!
I'm not feeling great about it being... I can work with
Here's
that.
a six.
Oh my god.
Oh, press the wrong button.
Oh no!
Hey, I have one of those.
That's acceptable.
Hmm.
That's not.
Oh, 4. Skip.
Joke's on you, I can work with that!
I can too.
Oh
So can I.
god! Ha! Skip my turn, will ya? Oh god.
I can't
Yellow
work with
5.
that.
Oh, yellow 1. He also has a yellow 1.
Okay.
Ah, like a
Couldn't it have
human
stayed
would.
couldn't it have stayed a 1?
All right, what are we feeling here?
Oh, green.
Okay.
Here, have a 9.
Someone may come to regret that later.
Oh, thank god. Oh, thank god. Oh, hey, that was a great choice. Oh, that's
No.
not... You didn't need that.
Do it.
That's- Oh, this is so much worse.
Hey, let's see what that is. Oh, what a hand! Hey, this is my hand! Hey, look, these two cards look familiar. These two cards look very familiar.
Well, you only have
So you're
reds
not-
now.
Yeah, so these two cards look very familiar. No one wants to get rid of these cards. Oh,
Haha!
crazy eights.
Aha!
Oh,
Oh no.
interesting. Nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
about that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So, yep. Mm.
And I thought they went to me to
Huh.
die.
Yeah. Nice. Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
Crazy.
Alright, what are we feeling here?
Yellow's great. Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, about that. Oh,
Yellow is great.
it's yellow and red.
Hey, these cards look interesting, but just in a different color.
Yeah, aren't they great?
it's quite unfortunate. Oh, well, you
Mm,
see,
that's crazy. That's great. I'll play normally for once. Cool, I can work with that. I can work with that too.
Draw
Ah,
2!
I can't work with that. Oh, I can work with these.
uh-oh.
So how about a 9?
That's not concerning at all.
Alright, oh.
Ah, about that.
It disappeared so fast!
Oh no! I clicked out the game.
Oh god, no! Oh, thank God.
Okay.
I got so worried about
Oh, that
jumping in
could've-
there.
No!
Unfortunate.
Oh, I can work with this.
Now see that.
No, I can't.
Aha!
I can't work with this.
Oh, well, this game apparently has it out for you, Arcane.
You know, it's fine.
I don't know about that. I've never had
No.
Uno yet.
You know why it's fine? Because I can save myself.
Oh no!
Ah,
the poor AI.
no.
That's fine.
Oh my goodness. I thought it was gonna jump in.
He saved half of his problem.
I don't care, it's fine. Aha!
No!
I've got you!
Yay! Hi, thank you.
7.
Probably could help.
Oh! Oh my goodness! They
No.
had a bomb ticking in their hand!
Really cool. Ah,
Oof.
Peace, your
Peace.
hand sucks.
Oof.
Peace, that is a ticking bomb you have.
I'm in
You
danger.
right?
You have to be
I'm
really
in
careful.
danger.
You have to be really careful while you play that
I
hand.
see.
Now you're in danger.
Thanks, that's better.
Okay.
I'm so scared.
No!
What is this combination of cards? Oh my god.
Well, here we go. So, how's okay, never mind.
Well,
No, you don't have to, Peace. You don't have to.
I know.
I
Ah.
see.
Here, you can
You
worry
know,
about that.
The thing is, guys,
Okay.
I really want to see what's going on here.
No, you don't. You don't.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Oh, why? Thank you. So, how are the kids going? You know, the family. How they're doing? It's just. Oh wait, never mind.
Crazy. All right.
Well,
You know, Blazing, I think
Yeah,
you really ought to just
Oh.
take your turn.
okay, so we're gonna make it red.
That was not.
Distinctly not red.
You know, it's all relative.
Pete's like, I don't want this to happen.
Okay, that's fine. Surely they can't challenge that.
I'm just in danger.
I thought so.
That pause, I
Okay.
was.
You're right.
Alright, Peace, here we go.
And so it begins.
Have
Oh,
fun,
it
Blazing.
It doesn't.
You win!
I can't call Uno.
No, you can't.
You have.
Yay!
Hooray!
Oh, that was great. Oh, that was amazing.
And what would you look at that? The hand that was so interesting in the first person's beginner's luck.
Oh, quite the luck indeed.
He also has a 1. So far, it's all 1s. That's not a 1. How
That's
dare
not a
you?
one, I'm so sorry. Ah, well,
Wait, is that me?
yep.
Yeah. This sounds like bad news. Okay.
You got lucky
The
there, I
acting-
think.
The AI never lies. Snow,
Here,
I
Peace, go
believe
again.
you. See, if you butt up the AI, they will help you.
Well, it's time for you to commit violence against the AI.
Enough cards there for you to do it,
Aha!
right?
Uh-oh.
No, that's fine. that's fine.
Oh, no. Oh, well, I didn't want to turn anyways, it's fine. Ah.
Oh, Peace, why would you do that?
Aha!
That works.
Thank goodness. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I don't know why that last round it didn't let you either call Uno or let us, like, exclaim that you didn't. Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Point.
Okay.
An 8. All right.
I'm full of fear.
Look who's joining me, the Mile High Club.
Well, okay, that's fine. Ah, it's less fine. I was finer the first time. Alright.
Who's gonna join me, the Mile High Club?
Well, that's quite
About
unfortunate.
that.
now.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's still unfortunate. Oh, well, more cards for you then.
Hey, that's not the point. Well, that's exactly the point.
A 3 in blue. How dare.
I'm glad I could help. Oh, see, now these colors, they're just so colorful. Blazing, what are
no.
you doing?
Let's just change the color, you know.
That's a much nicer color.
I like that color.
Let's just go back the way we came.
I have half a official size Yu-Gi-Oh deck now.
Ah.
Okay. For all intents and purposes, we might end this here.
Oh. Okay. that works, I guess. They thoroughly backed you into that corner there, huh? I mean, I guess you could have technically drawn, but that was quite the hand you had there.
I was revving up for a disaster. Oh, this hand. Why would you start me out with something like this?
You know, Peace, I really do insist.
Alright.
Why
Have fun
would
with
you
that.
give that hand to the AI? They would destroy us all.
Good.
Destroy us.
That's not the card I wanted to click there. That's the one
This
I
is a
wanted to
very
click.
interesting hand. Just because of the number choice. Hey AI, I will hate to do this, but it's just on brand at this point. Here you go.
Oh.
If anyone else gets that hand,
Interesting.
you will understand what I mean. Never mind, one of the cards are gone.
Yeah, I suppose that is indeed something.
The chances of the whole, like, just those 3 cards being in the same, it's like just there.
Yeah, that's... Okay,
well.
I
Interesting.
did
So
forget.
one.
I forgot that the AI had my hand. So I'm gonna go ahead and hey, don't you want to play? Just if you don't want the AI to win, never mind. Never mind.
Fine,
He
I won't
didn't
win.
call Uno. Get 2 more cards.
Alrighty. So I was a family, you know. Oh, never mind. Hey, I would love to have my hand back. Now that 2 of the 3 6s are gone. And you know what? As a matter of fact, I like to have my hand back again, you know? Because parting is such sweet sorrow.
Man, unfortunate I don't have.
This is quite the position I've been put in.
Oh, peace.
You know what? I just really want to share my hand with Peace right now so they can see this.
And you know what? I agree. Sharing is caring. I would love to have my original hand back.
Except I think Peace has your original hand.
Oh right, I forgot. I got this hand somehow.
There's a 3.
I love 3s.
Hey,
Are
misery
also
loves
great.
company. Hey AI, could you not? Okay.
Could you not?
It in fact could.
See, I can do something about that.
You.
You walked into that one, dude.
Here, have a 2.
I would love it too. That's a red one.
Hey, that means you gotta change it.
I can fix that as long as Peace doesn't do anything to me. Hmm.
No, I'll make this much worse.
See, but the joke's on you is I can still do something about that.
No, I know.
And they can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This was the plan.
Yeah, that was a good plan.
I have a 9.
I see your 9 with a 1.
Oh, I don't see it. Okay.
All right.
I see the
How
skip
rude.
card to the 4.
Aha!
Right.
Uh-oh.
Well,
No.
that's just
Well,
It's perfectly fine.
no.
Oh.
well,
That's less fine. Well, I'll miss it. They have 2 greens now. Now they don't. Uh-oh.
my plan.
9.
Alright, I can work with this. Oh.
Well, you know, it was
Aha!
good to be here, you know. Hey, never mind.
Is it still good to be here?
Well,
Oh, maybe not
depends on
so
who you're
much.
asking at the time.
It might have been better before, I'm sorry.
Oh wait, hold on. I could have. Never mind. I wasn't paying attention. Oh,
This is very interesting.
it is. So,
Oh,
Mm.
okay. About
hey, don't
that.
you play that
That's-
card? Oh, never mind.
I don't. Okay, well.
Hey, Peace. I don't remember my hand, but I know I have a lot of reds.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But I don't remember my hand at all.
Oh.
Huh. Interesting.
Hmm.
Will this be known throughout history as the move?
As the move.
We will
Ah.
find out.
I don't like that move.
All right.
That was
No worries.
That was a bad move.
Hey, sometimes make bad
Okay.
moves.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, god damn it.
Challenge
Those are
it,
my
Peace.
choices.
Challenge it. Damn it! Don't worry, Peace. I got your back.
Oh,
I,
jeez.
wait, hold on. Wait. I may got your back. I'm play
Uh-oh.
this.
All right.
Oh, I bet you could jump in.
Oh, there you go.
I got your back. No one.
And I got your back.
Aha!
Aha!
Aha! Anyone else want to jump in?
Sorry, Peace.
I think he's out of blue.
I think I made a good choice.
Now it's red.
Hmm.
Red equals dead.
Ah. Okay.
What? No yellows?
Well. About that. And Peace never got to go again.
Because 7, 8, 9.
Legend has it, Peace is still being skipped to this very day. Okay, I deserve this.
A 2, you see?
Come on, game. Let me do it quicker.
Buckle that shoe. Ah, yes.
Oh.
Be careful.
Bot, I swear to God. You fucker.
Ooh.
Ah.
My grandpa has no Wii cards, Kaiba. Hey, I would be the savior that you all were looking for.
Oh,
Ah.
that's fine. All the poor AI. Oh no. I can work with this. I cannot work
You
with
can't,
this.
can you?
I still can work with this. Poor AI has to draw. Okay.
Jump in! Oh, wait. Never mind.
It's your turn.
Jump in!
Oh,
There,
well,
that's jumping.
that is okay now. That's unnecessary.
Jump in!
Don't mind if I do.
Well, dang it. Oh, look, a 3.
Try again. I need to jump in. I can't jump in with that.
Oh, you can't even go. Oh.
Oh! I need a dice!
You're out of time. I'm concerned. Oh,
Well,
No need to be concerned anymore.
a
perfectly
green
fine.
3 plus whatever these extra 2 cards are.
Jump in! Oh, wait, this is my hand. That's not about that. Like, wait, these cards look familiar.
Hey now, that's
Oh.
you didn't need to do that. That was, you know what?
Yeah.
2 reds and a green.
2 reds and a green. So the green 3 and 2 reds.
See, this isn't ruining friendships. This is great fun. Oh,
Well,
you
it's
don't
been
want
a
my
relationship
hand?
with the AI.
That is true. I don't think the AI likes us much anymore. Let's make this more interesting, shall we?
Whee!
Oh.
You want to play a game?
I certainly do.
I don't like that game.
Wait, what?
You had a card you could play, apparently.
Oh, I was not paying attention. It worked out in my favor anyway.
I didn't need a turn, that's fine.
Here's a 2.
Yeah, I thought we were buddies.
Red 1. I don't have red.
That's a shame.
It's time for your
that's an
debt
unfortunate
redemption.
Red.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Oh.
Or red 2.
But now what do I have?
5.
That is a great question.
Isn't it just? What do I
Good
have,
find.
Peace? So I guess it doesn't matter what I
Alright,
have.
another turn to find out.
On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh.
Well.
Oh no, it could be anything. Oh god, no! Oh god, what's it gonna be?
Welcome to the Mile High Club!
Oh god, no! Do me a favor and at least pick yellow. Damn it.
You don't want to do that.
But don't I?
You don't want to
Oh,
do that.
fine. Oh, these are great cards to work with.
Oh, now why did you do that?
Great question. Oof.
Oh no, that's the plan. That was better than my turn was going to go. I would have only gotten one. Now I got 4 or 6. I can't count.
Awfully funny.
Or read. Oh man, I thought he was gonna double it up. You know what? Time to get, you know, half official Yu-Gi-Oh deck size again.
Boy.
Why do I never have red ones when I need them?
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Well.
That's really unfortunate. Okay. That's so bad. Hey, can you make it green?
You got to get rid of.
Green. Unfortunately, I can't.
Why not?
I can make it green.
Well, I can make it blue if that's.
That's not. Don't.
I can make it green.
What about this? Is this?
That's
helpful?
so bad. That's worse.
Oh no, that's better.
The AI is winning this. Oh no.
Oh right, I forgot the AI was here. Oh, Peace, you shouldn't have
Hi,
done that.
Peace. Damn it.
Just know I gave the AI a loaded bomb. So be careful of what
Yeah.
cards you play.
There it is. Damn it.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So about
Interesting.
that.
That's so much worse.
I
Oh,
told
boy.
you I gave the AI loaded bomb.
All right. This is what we're playing, and this is what we're choosing.
I see. We can work with that.
Hooray, I'm helping.
Another 2.
Yeah.
How about 2
Wow.
4s?
Can we get 2 8s?
Crazy.
Oh,
I want that back.
No, we got a red 7.
I don't know how that's gonna.
All right. How about 2 6s?
You're
I
burning
love
money
it.
hard. I can't work with that.
Oh
but
no!
I can work with that. Yeah, so like the family's been great, you know. Oh, never mind.
Suddenly they're not so great.
Well, I mean,
Wait.
it depends on the game.
How
you
about
know.
a red 8?
I don't like that.
A red 1?
Oh thank god. Oh no.
Crazy
Red 8
eggs.
again. Green 8.
Yeah, I don't remember
Alright.
what they had.
Green 3.
Oh! I was not paying attention.
Alright, green 4.
I mean, clearly you were paying enough attention.
I just heard the sound.
Uh-oh.
Blue 2.
This is...
Mm.
This is problematic.
This is quite the problem indeed.
I don't know what they have, so I'm gonna play
don't
this.
either, and I'm the one that should know.
A 5.
Whatever you have, I cannot work with it.
Got it.
Oh! Merry Christmas.
That helps.
You've doomed me.
Oh no!
You've doomed Beast.
Oh no! What is this cursed card?
You know what?
What is it indeed?
There you go, Peace. Merry Christmas.
Oh, amazing. Oh no!
Happy Chrysler.
The cursed card!
Hey, I have every color now.
I made it blue for you.
You did.
Uh-huh. I see.
And you challenged me?
Oh, beautiful.
A
Me?
1.
On the day of my daughter's wedding? How dare you challenge me on the day of my daughter's wedding? You know what? Challenge this.
Challenge that!
Oh. Shouldn't have done that.
Oh, snap.
Oh,
wow.
you shouldn't have done that. Hey, you guys want to know what the definition of irony is?
Yay!
That this would have been fine if the AI didn't jump in.
Yeah, well.
Hey, the game's called Uno, and I had Uno!
Oh, amazing.
Oh no, why did I get this hand again?
Well, who's starting? We have to immediately change hands.
Oh,
Thank you
It
for
was
the
me.
posture check there, Wolf, and the hydrate. What's left of my water here.
8.
I didn't realize it was
2.
Ooh,
we shouldn't keep it on that color.
why not?
2 with a shiny plus.
You'll see why in a couple of seconds. Oh, they didn't do it.
Don't worry, it won't stay that color.
Plus, I don't even remember what colors they were. I just know of 2 numbers in that person's hand. That's not good numbers.
Yeah, it's quite the danger.
Danger numbers. A 3. A 2. How about a 9?
How about a 6R?
Oh, snap.
Yellow 6.
We're
Yellow
going
9.
places.
A 5.
So far, sort of normal.
So far, so concerned.
Right?
Oh, right.
There
So
it
that was the
is.
color.
Red and green. Alright. Oh, snap.
Hey, Pete, there's a ticking time bomb in Arcane's hand. And I believe it's one of the colors that I think I know. So I'll keep it from that color.
Ah, you see.
Jump in!
Well, that was fast. Oh, jeez.
It all started with a choice.
I wonder if I set up teams if I could put myself on the bot team. That way you guys could be on the team.
No, you disconnected. Ah. Yoinkus.
Wow. So, how do you do that? Okay.
What?
Hey, I'm gonna leave you guys with this +4, and I made it. Oh, hurry up! I gotta go. They're +4 around.
What?
They're +4ing around. I can't. Where's the game?
Oh, did you guys end up in a match still?
Yeah.
Oh.
You
And
left and then Peace left, and then I threw that on +4. And then the AI took turns going around doing +4s.
Interesting, interesting.
I was trying to hurry up and leave before it got back to me. Oh, that backfired so quickly. It made it to a +16.
Oh, can we not choose our own teams? It's just auto.
All right, let's
Fix
see who
them.
team I'm gonna end up on.
Well, it
Come
did-
on, bot.
It put you and me on a team, Blazing.
Oh, you're not gonna like that.
Well,
I'm sorry to say.
I was hoping
You're not.
to not force one of you guys to be on the team with the bot. I was gonna take it.
Oh, you don't want to be on the same team as me.
Well, I don't
Shenanigans
want to
inbound.
force Peace to be the only one on a random fucking. We'll just go back to regular.
I said we can keep shuffling it till I'm on a team with the bot, and then I can just have fun with the bot.
I think it's based on the order you enter, and so I will never be on the team with the bot. It
What is up
would,
with these
have
weird
to be one of you
controls?
guys.
Oh wait, did I? Is my game broken?
Uh-oh.
I think I was in the okay. Yeah, I was in the middle of accepting an invite, and then I had another one, and then I accepted that. There's another one.
And they
Still
don't
middle
stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
Am I in? Nope.
No.
It's still saying loading on my screen.
Oh god.
Just let it exist. It'll eventually get you in here.
Let's see.
Alright, well while that's figuring itself out, I'm gonna go refill my water.
Okay.
3 weeks later. Oh, never mind. It did figure itself out.
Yay!
Can I change my like avatar stuff from here?
No, you have to unfortunately do it from the
I want my D.
menu alone.
Give me my D.
I mean, you could probably bring up the website to change it to your actual profile picture, but it won't take effect until you relaunch the game.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not an instant thing.
Oh
At
good,
least I
you
don't
made it.
remember it being.
The game's jealous. It is jealous of my D. I want my D. My blazing D.
Time to suffer.
I don't want to be default.
But default.
I'm a
Default makes
nobody.
you an unknown entity. Oh god, now we're against AI hawking.
This,
Grab
this
his
doesn't
wheelchair.
bode well.
Oh, this bodes very well.
Go.
Hey,
Do a crime.
I'm gonna clip your wings.
Aha!
Oh, I'm so glad I'm paying attention.
Aren't you just?
Oh, right, it's my turn.
Yep. Ah,
No
well,
jumping in.
that was fast at least.
This one.
Oh man, I can't stop yawning. Well, now why would you pick that color?
Because of this
Hmm.
and this.
I don't know about that. Now I really don't know about that. Ah.
I can work with
I
that.
can work in these boundaries.
Hey, look, a 1.
Hey, look, a 3. Hey, Lois, look, it's a 3.
Wow, about that.
Man, a 3.
No! I can't work with that.
Well.
I can work with that. Please don't do it.
Don't you want
Okay.
to draw cards?
Don't do it,
I thought
please.
you were. I thought you were going to. Okay, I can work with that. I thought you were going to skip me.
See, now. Not great.
I'm the only shenanigan puller here,
Okay,
Shane.
well-
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
Oh, this is okay.
A 2? Well, you see.
Crazy 8. What did I say?
Okay.
Oh!
Well.
Well, we gotta do something about this color. I don't have any red. Here.
Well,
Okay,
what am I
fix
supposed to
it.
do?
You know, I
Chop
really
liver?
would love to fix it for you, but.
Oh, thank God you fixed it for me.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank you. Wait, no,
I
it's
can
not my
work
turn.
with
Wait,
this.
what? Too much switching. I thought it was gonna be my turn.
This is a hand.
Well, I was gonna go get some food. I'll be back. Let me know how the game goes.
Game, what am I supposed to do with all these greens?
Help me!
Apparently, not anything good for placing.
Oh no.
That is helping. Ah! Almost missed it.
Come on.
Well, that's what you get.
Oh.
Oh.
Well,
Oh, that's not what I meant. I wouldn't.
but I could.
You could.
I won't.
You should have.
Yeah, I probably should have.
Man, AI has way too many cards.
You see, I don't distinctively like this blue color.
I did, but I can work with this.
I can't. Please don't. Oh God, that pause! Why?
Oh,
And it's
I
blue again. What am I supposed to do here?
See,
Oh, I almost
it's-
missed that.
the thing is, I could
Thank
have.
God, an 8. I can work with that.
I'm so glad I could help you.
Drippin'.
Another 8.
See, I
Oh,
could have did something
no.
else, but I got a feeling that if I did, Arcane would have suffered again.
Probably
So
it's
I-
fine.
Okay,
No.
now never mind. I love
No.
changing my thought mid sentence. I'll just do it anyway. No suffering for your Arcane.
Oh.
um,
Oh.
and it's blue again.
I'll take you down with me, Peace.
No.
Oh no.
Oh, this hand. Oh, this hand of mine.
Hey, Peace, do you want to play a game?
Sure.
Arcane, okay, good. You didn't want to do that with my hand. Peace, no. Okay. Well, I tried to warn you.
You suffer all the green.
Oh, I can work with green. Specifically the one green card that you have if it stays green.
Hmm.
Work with those greens.
Hey, I love my athletic greens. Hey, thank you.
Okay.
See, it's okay. I can work with green.
I can
When
still work
it's
with
blue
that.
again. At least I have blue this time.
Oh, right. That is that card that is that. Hey!
Okay.
Just let you know, I will not be winning this. I can tell because it is not the color that I need.
Oh no. I didn't need another one of those.
Don't you mean Uno?
Uno.
Ah, I see. Yes.
Ah.
I don't think
Oh,
you...
see?
Here, you can suffer.
Now
what
you
I've
want
done
that
to
hand, don't you, Peas? Now that Blazing's done all the work on that hand.
Yeah!
No, I just didn't want what was in the other hand.
Ah.
I see.
Oh
Alright,
no!
yellow one. Plus whatever else now.
Is it now?
Oh no, why have we given...
I see.
Well,
Oh, Arcane.
Well.
No, you shouldn't have done that.
It's
well.
fine.
It's not. I can't believe you've done this.
I wonder when we'll see
Ah,
those cards.
Understood. I will see
It
these
didn't say the
very
card.
fast.
It's not what we're talking about.
It's just gonna get worse, it's fine. He's just preparing me, easing me into the pain.
Oh man,
You know, I could
that's
just...
a loaded.
I could just... take that off of him. I see. We're back to this game. A one. Hmm.
Oh, please don't play that game with the AI. Okay,
5.
I can do that.
Alright, a 2. And I have no yellow.
Ah.
I have no card that will make me Uno out, so that is fine. And Peace knows this somehow,
Oh.
and the
well,
AI knows this. That's fine. Oh, interesting.
Well, this yellow color is quite unfortunate as well. Oh,
Yeah,
dang it, why
it
do I have
was.
another one of these now? This is unfortunate.
Oh, that's perfect, actually.
I'm in danger.
We're about to play a game.
Okay.
Yeah. None of those 2 cards have been played yet. I'm sure they're still there.
Yeah.
Well, the AI gets to win it.
No.
Here you go, dude.
Hey,
For
Arcane,
Christmas.
have another one.
Yeah,
You could have drew.
I could have. But then we wouldn't
Well,
have
what
gotten to
fun
play
is
a
that?
game.
The AI could never win. We all lose when the AI loses. We wins.
We do.
They didn't even beat us. We gave it to them.
What is this hand? Why is this hand?
Ooh, a 1.
We are
Number
off to
one,
a
Arcane.
start.
That's not a 1. That's a 2 with a shiny plus.
So shiny.
Quite unfortunate for people in
I'm
mine.
getting scared.
This isn't a beach, it's a bathtub.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, thank God.
Okay, it stopped.
I don't even care that I have to draw now. Ah.
Ah.
Ah, you shouldn't have done that.
It's fine.
Well, you see.
Ah, about that.
I can work with that.
Please
Yeah,
don't.
oh, no.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh yeah! I knew I could work with that.
Oh.
Don't you do it? Okay.
Well. What?
Hey, Peace, you wanna play a game?
Sure. Shiny game. I see you have one too.
Hey, do you all want to play a game?
Let's.
No.
Just kidding.
Aw.
That's no fun.
I have to preserve the sanctity of my hand.
Oh. He could have jumped in earlier.
Preserving the sanctity of my hand.
Oh.
Why, yes.
I'm getting. That's fine. We're going places right now.
Yeah.
Are they good places? That's yet to be determined.
It's all up to someone to go ahead and give. You can pass the buck. Oh, I thought you had like a +2 or something. You could have stopped this.
Can you stop this?
Oh, it's not a question of can I.
It's
should
will
I.
you?
Oh, Will as well. I don't know who Will is, but I'll just go ahead.
Oh, that pause is too long. Okay.
It was way too long.
I was like, oh god, no!
I've decided I am the keeper.
Are you
For
now?
some
What have you done?
fun.
What is sitting next
You
to
don't-
me? I'm scared now. Blazing, what has he's done? I can fix this. Have fun.
Ah.
No.
Now it's not
Have
pointing
to
at me.
How the
Build my hand
turn's
back up.
tabled.
Have a taste of your own hand.
I don't have any green anymore. This is a good card. I like.
That's
this
not
card.
a good. That's a distinctly bad.
That is a
I
good
don't
card.
like that. That's fine.
I
Well,
like
I guess
that.
it's pointed at me again.
Keep it that way.
Oh,
No.
it's pointed at peace
My
now.
friend. I was trying to get my hand back. I almost had it.
Boy.
See, looking.
You didn't call Uno!
My hand wasn't on my mouse.
Ah. Oh look, another
almost-
one of these.
I
Oh.
almost got my hand back. Give me my hand back.
Nah. See,
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be giving it back anytime soon.
I have one of those.
Okay, hey, that was.
I don't. Okay.
Oh. Aw.
Yeah.
That's fine.
No, my hand! You're destroying it!
And I will continue, as that is my job.
Give!
Arcane, the destroyer of hands.
Oh, enjoy
Whee!
peace. Oh god, this is also a hand.
Oh my.
No one play any zeros. Yep, here we go. Don't. Okay, I'll say please don't challenge the AI with the reverses. You're not going to win. That's okay. This is fine.
Destroyer
Oh
of
no,
hands.
this is disgusting.
What? Now the thing about zero.
Oh, Arcade, don't look at that hand.
I love this hand.
Don't look at it.
I'm gonna look very closely.
Yes.
Hey, could we not? I guess. Like, I'm never going to
If
get my
you
hand
have
back.
To.
Every time I build up a good hand, it's just taken from me.
Hey, the 2 8s I had a while ago.
Yeah. They were very helpful.
There's a 1.
It's a very nice one.
A 3.
Double threes.
Oh.
That's.
Hmm.
No, why would
That
you do
hand-
that?
That hand is more nasty than you think.
Haha!
Oh.
Get
You
wrecked,
probably
bud!
made it even worse.
Now,
You
That's
probably made
so
that hand
lovely.
even worse. But you know.
I
Oh.
insist you go again.
geez. You
see,
just,
and
you
I just can't
You
make up
put me
my
on-
mind on like what direction I want it to go.
Oh my goodness, Arcade, why? You put me in a line of fire.
You're welcome.
People are just destroying my hand. Take this. Ugh.
Aw.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Did you challenge me on the day of my daughter's wedding?
But you
Of
know,
course.
Peace, it's fine. I really think that you deserve a turn.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Ah.
Oh, peace.
I see. I used all the fun cards, sorry.
Yeah, I know. My soul hurts. It's okay.
It's perfectly fine.
Oh, I have one of those.
That's fun. Music in this game is so good.
I didn't even notice it was there. That's how good it is.
Oh, that's right, you can't hear anything. Hey, you got Apollo's hoverboard? Nice. Aha!
I hit the button.
I
Lies.
hit the button.
Propaganda.
Not fast enough, it would seem.
Take a propaganda at that one. To be honest, I just saw a thing in my corner and I just clicked it.
You wanna play a game?
Thank goodness. Okay. Nice. Can you make it green?
Cool.
Not with that number.
Nope.
I
would
see. No
love
one-
to, thank you.
No one wants to make it green, huh?
Not particularly. Oh, well, the boss got you.
Is this game listening to?
JB's, thank you for the resub for 15 months. How you doing, dude?
This game listening to my microphone? The second time this happened.
That was pretty, like, spot on. And now, see, why would you do that? Oh, that's fine. I'll survive with that now.
I can't work with that.
Hmm.
Now my hand is ruined.
That's what we do.
This one card just ruined my whole hand.
Perfect. Then why are we back on green?
I'm not complaining.
I don't know. I
Just
would
dying a
love
little
to know.
Peace, do me a favor, get it off green.
Here.
Beautiful, I'll take it.
That works.
It works. Jump in.
Oh. Well.
Well, I could have played something better. Thanks, Autopilot Brain.
Oh, that's fine.
That works.
I have a horrible
This
hand right
works.
now.
I have to rebuild my hand.
Thank you,
Alright,
Peace.
I'll fix There. You have more turns to potentially get something better. You know, why are we back on green? Well,
No
this
one
doesn't
loves
help
green.
anyone.
It does.
Oh, alright.
Oh.
No!
Oh.
Their hand is all yellow. Oh, this is problematic.
Give me back my hand!
I think I'll start with this.
Oh, that's
No,
that's a
bees!
no.
Ooh, a 1.
Oh, okay, I can solve part of our problem. Okay, now it has
No,
a yellow and
no, trust
something
me.
else.
Trust me, the problem is nowhere near being. Yep.
Oh.
You know what? Let's just do this, because I know what
yes.
Peace has.
Okay,
I was
well,
building it up for turns.
we're gonna use one of their yellows, and now I don't know what they have.
Ah, yes, keep it on yellow.
Let's not.
Yeah, no.
You know what? Just Arcane, you're in danger. Just let you know.
Oh, am I?
Yeah,
Ah,
I've been
Oh.
building that hand up for a while.
that's
Aha!
what?
I like this one.
You know, that's okay. I'm scared now.
Alright. I now pass this off to Arcane,
Oh,
Destroyer
no.
of Hands.
Oh, I've got so many choices.
Exactly.
No, you
Uh,
don't. I have
Yes.
so many choices. Give it back.
No.
Ah, here we go. Okay, here we go.
Suck your Sappho.
I don't remember anything, so let's just do this.
That's
Not beneficial
Good
for
choice.
me at all.
that is a choice. You are correct.
I think I like this one.
Several choices have been made. This is still fine.
You're draining me.
I am draining it. Your
Draining
hand
me.
dies here.
Here. I'll give you some fuel to start again.
And I will take that fuel away for fun.
Oh!
Yes. Interesting, yeah.
Peace with
Hey.
his hand.
I don't know what Peace had. I forgot, but let's see how long this is gonna go.
Oh,
That's a great choice.
Yeah.
that's really gonna come back to bite ya. Oh, it's gonna skip me.
I just knew it. Yep. If you had one, I knew what was
Oof.
coming back for me.
Oof.
Do it again. Damn it!
Do it. Do the roar.
Ah! It's fine. I needed more to work with anyways.
Hey, can I not bring up Discord in this game?
Huh. Good question. Oh.
I like this for now.
You little son of a sea turtle.
Son of a sea turtle. What does that mean?
I wasn't looking and I realized what happened.
I'm gonna just...
I looked away for 2 seconds and realized I have a new hand.
I also looked away, looked back, and went, those aren't my cards.
And I saw my turn, so I know who played it.
Oh, what does Peace have?
I forgot because the whole
Oh,
the
thank
thing.
God.
I
Oh,
distinctly
is
like
that-
this color.
Is that so?
Yeah, that is the color.
Oh, a 4.
That is a color.
A 2.
What will you do
Double
about
2.
Another 2. Now, we'll do this. Yep. Oof.
it? Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Question is what do
Ah.
I have? And what are you gonna do about it?
Well, there is one easy way I could figure this out, but I'm not going to do that.
I would appreciate you not looking at the stream. You did, however, make the right call.
I forgot that this was a stream, to be honest. I really did.
Hi, we're live right now.
We're like on the second game when I realized I still have the stream up on the other monitor. I'm going, oh, this is a this is a game where I shouldn't be seeing this.
As long as you're not looking.
I wasn't most of the time. I was looking at my other monitor with the game on it. So, I do not distinctly like the yellow color here.
It's a nice color, though.
This will work, though.
Well, see, that's rude.
I would jump in on that.
I see.
Wait, how did I jump in on that?
It is quite
Played a yellow
interesting
skip
color.
on a yellow skip, Blazing.
I did?
Yes, you did.
Oh, wait. I thought I did a double yellow skip.
Where are you in the world right now?
Green one. Oh,
Oh,
don't-
this.
I feel like I'm in danger.
Well, if you're in danger, that probably means I'm safe, so.
Yep.
Thank God. Problem is, I'm still in danger. Just a different kind of danger. Oh.
Oh?
Challenge me, do it. Oh.
Ooh, I like red. Nice choice.
Thanks.
Very
I
nice
also like
choice.
red. I don't like the bot facing me, though.
Well, you see about that.
That's a little bit better. I don't know how I feel about you facing me either, but... Oh.
Oh.
Well.
We should probably get
Well,
involved.
Cheese.
Cheese!
Cheese?
I can't.
Cheese.
Jeez.
I'll keep that. No one touch my hand.
Alright, I'll go
That's why would you do that?
here.
Why would you do that's
Oh, I forgot there's no
why would you do that to me?
That hand I had seconds ago. How could I forget
Yeah.
there's no yellow in it? Well,
I don't know why he would
Right.
challenge that bot.
he had his reasons.
Apparently.
Wait. I think I remember that hand piece, but I won't capitalize on it yet. Oh wait.
Probably
Oh,
not.
Oh no.
Well.
Okay, there we go. I almost had to capitalize on it, but I realized that that's the only card I had to play.
Like the threes.
And Arcade, you were not looking good with that.
I'm playing a game.
Mm-hmm.
Play it properly,
Oh,
bot.
thank goodness.
There we go.
Oh? Oh, you
I
actually
was
played. Holy
Not expecting it to come
holy
back to me,
crap.
but you know, I will take it.
You're
That's the first
learning!
time I think I've ever had a bot actually play the game.
Play the game. I'm so happy.
Chat, the bot learned.
Oh god, they're learning.
Oh, can we not keep it red?
That'd be
Oh.
great. I would like it to
Bruh.
change. Here, I can fix that.
Oh.
Peace, why'd you do that?
Because you wanted the color change.
Well, it changed alright.
You asked.
But you almost made me jump in on it.
Oh, I don't have.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't have any other blue.
Well, that sounds like a you problem. Why'd you make it a me problem?
Well, you see, about this blue problem. Oh. Yeah.
I want to play a game. Hey, you want to play a game? Here, enjoy this. It's quite the hand, huh?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Ah. You see, about that though.
What is going on here?
Oh boy, is it going on?
What is going on here? I don't know where the red ball went. Which cup is the red ball under at this point? What is going on? There's so many shuffling going around. Why is it back here? Stop
Jump in.
forcing me to play cards.
Never.
I'm doing a thing. Leave me be.
Oh, it's green. Hey, look. A 1.
Can we not make it red?
No.
I would not play this card. I guess I have to play this card. No, no. I'm not playing this card. I am not playing this card.
Oh.
No!
Play the card, Blazing!
No! I refuse to play this card. I know, thank you. Never mind.
Well, I tried.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do.
Is that what we're
Yellow.
gonna do?
Yes.
Yo, Taylor, thank you for the raid! You're the only person unhappy to have an Uno in this game, I swear. How you doing, Derek? What were you up to today? Here, peace.
Please close your eyes. No!
Unleash mayhem. Yo, and Derek, thank you for the resub with 3 months. Much appreciated, dude. Oh, we are unleashing the Uno chaos today. We got peace, we got
Give it
Blazing.
Get it back.
Oh, welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that do not know me, I am LOZ Arcane, a variety streamer on Twitch and occasionally a VTuber. Oh. Don't die over there. Oh.
Please, don't you tell anyone what's in my head.
What? I have no clue what was in your hand. I was doing mod stuff.
Okay.
Oh.
I like this 3 though. I no
Oh.
longer like the
I'm sorry.
color. Well, how dare?
Well, you didn't like the colors. We give them a chance to change it. See?
Yeah, see, I don't know how
Yes.
I feel about this color. Please, could you change the
Alright.
color?
How's this one?
That's not great.
That's better. I can work with that.
I can't, I still, okay.
Yeah, we can focus on this color.
Uh-oh.
Why would you put me in this situation?
Play the card, Blazing.
This feels
No!
bad. Okay, or not. Either way, it's still bad because I have to do this now. Why do I need so many of those? Stop it! Stop it!
That's, nope. If I'm going down this road. That's not as bad as
You
my
like
hand.
what you see!
I like it better than what my hand looks like. You have options.
You're right.
No!
We're gonna play a game.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I can work with this. Wait, no! Wait! Wait a minute! Okay.
Oh no! What have I done?
What have you done?
I don't want this!
But don't you?
I don't want this!
Oh my god.
I do like that though. But I don't want this.
I can work with this color.
Oh.
I can no longer work with this color.
I can fix that for you.
Thank you.
Oh my god. It's amazing.
Alrighty. Now, everyone
You're
calm
not too
down.
in love with
Oh.
this.
That's,
Okay, that's... interesting.
yeah.
I guess.
Just don't make it red piece.
He can't. They can't, sorry.
Yeah, but now what's the bot gonna do? Okay,
Make it green.
that's fine.
Okay, you know what?
If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it.
That's
Like
not
this green,
bad.
though.
Ah.
That is bad.
Ooh.
Why can't I have nice things?
Or the destroyer of hands?
Why can't I have nice things?
I do like these 2 cards here you have.
No, you don't.
I
do.
really like
They're
being the
quite
destroyer
nice.
of hands. It brings me great pleasure.
That's so long to
I can
build
work
that
with
up.
that.
Good.
Oh, my hand.
Yes.
Thank
Both
you.
of my hands.
Aha!
That's fine. I don't think I can do anything.
Aw.
Ah. Oh no.
Well,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It really is.
Ah, I see. Rabbit, how you doing?
You know what? No. Oh, I guess.
Uh-oh.
ooh, a 3.
We're gonna play a game.
No!
Oh, the bot can't play along. This is a problem. I need the
won't
direction
give me
change.
back my head.
Hmm,
Oh, you see, I don't like that color.
I know you don't. But I
Well,
also know
okay,
you can do
then.
something about it still.
Yep, I knew that was gonna happen.
Oh, Rabbit, no, you hadn't done that in so long.
No.
Uh-oh. We need to get it
A
off
one.
the red.
I do I?
Yeah. Phew. The record scratches, you have to draw a card. Hmm. That was rude.
So you're telling me we should keep it on red,
Yes.
No.
like a toxic person. Just
You know
leave
what?
them on red.
Let's keep it on red.
uh,
Oh.
look.
Well,
Oh, you know what this means?
you get your hand back, Blazing.
That Blazing got his hand back.
Butchered!
You're welcome.
All of my
Oh,
plus
see,
twos.
that's, well,
The only red I had. Ah, good thing it's going this way.
You know what?
Cards. Nom nom nom
mm.
nom.
Oh.
Aha!
Uh-oh.
But it won't work a second time.
Well. Wow, I have the most average hand ever.
Oh, trust me, I'm 3 cards away from that as well. I wonder why.
I have no clue. You know, you played an awful lot of special cards there, Blazing. That's on you, really.
Here's
No.
a yellow 9.
I never moved the hands. I
No,
kept
see, you
my
used
hand.
so many +2s on P's. That's really all on you. No one to blame but
3.
yourself, really. No one else used your hand
Another
at all.
I would have had more.
Ooh, look, a 4.
Ah, that's great.
Let's show this for the door.
That's not a 5.
No, I'm sorry.
Now it's time to thrive.
Ah. Oh, I'm sorry, Rabbit. I hope you can do better. Like, I hope you feel better.
Feel better, Rabbit.
Sorry that things are meh right now.
Man, I can't do anything with blue 8. Man, look at blue 6.
Say goodbye to your hand.
Well, it's not a good hand anyway.
Peace, what is this?
I don't know. The AI gave it to me.
It's fine, I'll fix things.
I don't like the color.
Eat dirt, AI.
Emotional damage. I will send you to Jesus.
Who added that one?
That's what I should have said when someone took my hand.
I'm just sitting here like, when did that sound get in my Discord?
It didn't.
Oh.
That's my own.
Ah.
You forget I too have my own soundboard.
That's true, that's true.
I don't have much of anything.
Oh yeah, you've got 4 cards.
oh.
You're winning. Isn't that the point of the game?
No.
Oh,
No.
no, Rabbit, that's awful. I'm glad that she's doing okay. Hopefully it's not too bad. Oh,
Oh,
that's
no, not a
not
color
necessary.
change.
Don't
How
do
dare.
that. Leave it on no.
Make wise
okay?
choices. All right, that's.
It's a
It's a choice.
choice. I'm also gonna make a choice.
Interesting.
Oh.
Yes.
I don't want the AI to have that hand.
Oh, that's not even the right color.
You know, that's what you get for putting it on the color you did.
Here, have a 9. 7.
That's...
How dare?
Alright.
I think the AI heard you. I'm convinced that they can hear us.
It's pretty
Neat.
convincing.
Oh no, what do I do?
That's not.
I know, it's a lad. I didn't want to draw.
Oh boy.
Ah,
Okay, I didn't need a
Wait.
turn. That's fine.
Wait, when did it change rotation?
You changed it!
Oh, I did? Interesting. Where was I?
Well, you know, at least I get to play this time.
a 5. I have one too.
Oh, thank God.
Do you know what 2 times 2 is? 4.
8.
Wait.
I think you should have broke Blazing's brain a little bit. Oh,
Wait a minute.
that's a choice.
What did I say? Wait a minute.
Blazing, your math was just fine.
Okay.
You
'Cause I
did
saw
nothing
it
wrong
first.
there.
I was looking at a 4, and so when P said 8, I'm like, wait, 2 times 4 is 8.
Why didn't it let me? I pushed it twice. I pushed it before I touched my card, and I pushed it after I touched my card. That was garbage.
Here, you want to go this way?
You know.
Psych.
Oh, I did though. I could have fixed our problem here.
I win!
Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. This is so fun. I don't know why people get so mad when playing Uno. This is great.
I've rarely gotten actually mad at this game. Here, let's start with some fun.
Oh. We're gonna
Goodness
start off
gracious.
spicy, huh? I didn't leave
Just
you with a
look,
lot
give
of
me my
choices there,
hand.
Peace.
I see.
Yeah.
This is a problem.
Uh-huh.
Ah, man.
Ah.
Oh, why?
Oh no.
I'll be nice.
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, you didn't have to do that.
I mean, I'm
You know
glad
what?
you did, but like...
Yeah, you just ripped my hand from me in the beginning.
They're just building it up for you. It's fine. You can have it back later.
They don't know how to build it up. They're going
They
to
just
use
did.
it.
They didn't use it on me.
I have 2.
I want my hand back.
5. What's it? 9. How about an 8? 7.
Merry Christmas.
How dare.
Give me my hand back. My hand! I can't do anything about it.
Nope.
A 2. About a 3.
Every time I see your avatar light up piece, I keep thinking that it's like Uno or something. I keep trying to click it.
Blue, huh?
Oh, blue. Nice.
Hmm.
That's the perfect
Ooh, a blue
color to
3.
destroy a hand.
I have a blue 3 too. Ooh, shiny.
It's very shiny.
Peace. Will you promise me you won't destroy my hand?
I mean, if you do things. Yes. Those are
Okay.
the things. Alright. Yeah, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Well, what color do you think he has?
I will tell you
Ah.
that is not the
yes.
color that is being played right now. You can trust me.
Ooh, look, there's something for you if you ever get this back.
May you give that back to me. Never
Uh-oh.
mind. You had a choice.
Well, if I ever get a card that I can do so, maybe.
Can you do anything
Thank
with
you.
that?
Well, that's not conducive to you getting it back. That's not the one I
Ah,
want to
that's
play.
not great.
That is not great.
That's
Not
not
at
what
all.
I wanted to play.
You know what? Let's set something up.
Oh.
I feel like that someone wants to say something to me.
Hey, Blazing, what's that card that Peace has?
You're asking the wrong person.
Oh no. Let's find out.
Huh, I wonder what card it is.
Oh snap! Well, that was fast.
I put all of that into motion because I could have played my skip card, but I decided not to.
Aww. Oh, this is a hand.
Yes.
Oh. Well.
Oh.
I
Well.
hope you didn't like it.
Ah. I'm gonna not point it at me.
Fair.
And that's why.
Oh, I see.
I feel like the AI wants to say something to me.
It's
I feel like
trying
you're
to
going do the
communicate.
thing. Aha, you did do the thing.
I think there's a failure to communicate.
You
here.
see that hand
Never
over there
mind.
blazing? That was quite the hand.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention
Okay,
to it.
have a bye.
I'm looking at my own hand right now, and it's looking very,
You see what's in there now?
No.
Schecter, hello! Thank you for the
Oh,
woo.
hello?
This is my villain arc.
Is it?
No!
I don't know what's so special here. There's not much here. It's lacking a
It
bit
was
of
just the
substance.
start of the villain arc.
Open the door.
Supposed to have a turn. Why
Open
not?
the door.
Open the
Open
door!
the door.
Hey, a 3.
No.
I am the one who jumps.
Fine. Reverse card. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Ah,
Reverse
I didn't want to go,
card.
it's fine. How you doing, Schecter? Hope you've been well. Ah.
A reverse
Oh, it'll
card.
make it to me eventually. Hey, Peace, you got any pluses on ya?
Yes.
Cool.
This is fine. This hand was not going anywhere anyway. Interesting.
Ah.
Ha.
Well, Well, that hand is
Certainly.
that hand is
About
not going to
5.
reach Uno anytime soon. Not in
No.
one person's hand. Interesting. Let's keep that hand out of play, please.
I don't know about that.
Oh.
We'll get there.
That was not no.
But wasn't
hand
it?
would- But that hand
Yeah,
hand
you're
is not going to be
fine.
in play.
It's pointed at me, it's fine.
It's not about who's it's pointing. It's pointed at everyone.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Well, come on then,
That-
bot, let's play a
no.
game.
Good. No.
Mm.
No. No. Oh, no.
It's getting worse.
It is.
He's
There's only 2
devolving.
cards left in that hand.
Ah, it's not.
There's only 2 cards. Let me get that back. And then, hold on. Wait for a minute. Let me do that.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
here you go.
I see.
Oh no.
Oh, well,
That's why I didn't.
Aha!
That's
there,
why I
take the
didn't
card.
give them the card back.
Well,
Because then they would have won.
I want to see what was going on over there.
Not much anymore.
Oh. Are you sure?
Oh, I don't know what got added to that hand.
Yeah. There are 2 other cards now that are undetermined to.
They are
see what
something
you
for
and they
sure.
are.
Because they had 2 7s earlier. That's why I was like, yeah, no.
Yes, there's only 1 7
Oh.
left.
Okay, well, that wasn't necessary.
But.
Well,
Oh. Thank you.
uh-oh. Okay.
Right, I don't have that hand anymore. That was my hand.
Ooh, an 8.
Are we doing the crazy 8s then, huh?
Hmm. Two. How about a 3?
How about a 6?
No, 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 no.
Wrong.
Okay, well,
Oh.
I can work with that.
never. Oh. Ken, how you doing, dude? What's up? How you been?
Have a 9.
These are colors I
Okay.
can actually work with
I
now.
have one of those.
Okay.
So, Peace, are you ready to go again? No? Okay. Just asking.
You seemed awfully uncertain, but it's okay. Blazing had your back. Well,
Well then, woo, this hand is loaded right now. I don't know what to, yeah.
hey, Grats on the
Alrighty.
job. Oh, well, goodbye, hand.
That's a choice.
Good luck finding
No,
somewhere,
I
though.
see.
I don't
Yeah.
like this hand.
Here.
Yeah,
Please
I don't know
take
what's
it
gonna
back.
happen.
I don't want it either.
Well, guess
Give
I'm
it
stuck
to
with
the
it.
AI. Oh, a 2.
That's not. Why would you? You didn't
Because
need
two.
to do that. Okay, well, I guess it's
Yeah,
fine, and I'm
yeah,
still stuck
Peace
with this
needs
hand.
to do that, so that
Oh,
way
hey.
that I don't have to play my
Okay, you
hand.
know, you really still didn't need to do that. Fine.
Why, thank you.
Oh yeah, with moves, definitely
Aw.
Bridgie has to find a new job as well. I hope she's doing well. I've missed you guys so much.
4. Another 4.
Can we get a 4 gore galore?
No.
Oh.
No! Don't you dare.
What color, Arcane?
Either blue or green.
Yeah.
That was a choice. You did
Yes.
that on purpose.
I actually meant to hit green, but the mouse
Oh,
went
well.
a fraction, a little further. I was like,
know, it's
you
fine."
chose green, yellow. Aha!
Oh no. I was not prepared for this. I didn't study. Good thing I never really studied anyway.
Have an 8.
I like 8s.
I don't like 6s. How about a 5?
All right. 5.
Alright. Okay.
5.
5.
I don't like red though right now. Maybe I do. How have another 6?
Oh. Well.
Alright.
Oh, thank you.
I don't like red right now.
Yeah, I wish I could make it up there for Milo's B-Day. I just don't think I can swing it this year, unfortunately. Which sucks. I would have loved to see the little guy while he was still just a little guy.
Squeeze the cheeks.
He's so little. Y'all are just like dancing around me being able to play. It's fine. I'm having a great
Hey.
conversation with Ken.
I
That's
feel danced
fine.
around as well. Something's a miss here.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
enjoy that.
that I don't want it.
But what if I do
Oh.
this?
I mean, yeah. That's
Oh?
that's a problem though.
Hmm.
Is it though?
A little bit.
Depends what blazing does here. Drawing card. Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
I
eeny,
will
meeny,
destroy that
miny,
hand.
moe. I'm banking on it.
You're banking on it.
Alright, this one.
I can. Oh, that's such a choice. Okay, I'll do that though. I think that's safe. Yeah. Okay. I had 2 options, and I think one of them was a danger option. So.
Ah, that works.
Well, that'll
Well
do.
then.
We're still in this.
That'll do.
The red though. That's a problem.
Is it? I think it's fine. Just,
That's a choice game, alright.
that's definitely a choice, but I can work with that.
Ah, so can he.
I
Oh,
wish,
dude.
Ken,
so
I
this-
wish.
we're back
My
on an
brother's with
even field.
Okay.
Hmm.
What the fuck
That's how I feel right now.
is it? I don't like
It
that
was at
color.
this moment that he knew. He
fucked up.
Oh,
True.
no.
Oh, game, why do you keep doing this?
Ah, that's. It's a great color. I just, you know, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Let's see. Never mind, I won't see. I'll close my
Let's
eyes.
spice this up.
Whee!
Have fun with
Well then, you're in danger. Never mind, peace. You're in danger.
that.
Slightly
It's
danger.
not that bad.
Not bad, huh? Give me back.
You know, I just got rid of this.
Oh, I didn't realize this, dude.
All of that, you just give it right back to me.
Somehow I think we all ended up with the same hands before the zero was played.
After everything we've been through, we're still us.
Slowly whittle this hand away.
Interesting. I'm gonna 4 this.
Yeah, that'd probably be a pretty expensive
Hi-ya!
trip there, Ken.
A 2. At least he's going in order. That's not a 3.
It's not. Oh. I just
Oh.
that.
I see how this is.
Wait, jump!
Ha! He has no blue.
That's. I don't either.
Well.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Ah, yes.
I like that.
See, I
Oh.
don't like
I don't
that.
like that. I do like that. I don't know where I am right now.
We don't know
You're
if
in
we
a
like it or
direction.
not.
I don't like that.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
I'll take the pressure
Alright,
off, you
then.
don't worry.
Don't worry,
yes.
peace. I got
Oh.
this.
Ah.
I don't like this.
Ah. That's unfortunate.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, let's go.
5s.
All the 5s. Hey!
Somebody didn't call Uno. I beg
Jay,
to differ.
how you
Did not
doing?
call your Uno.
4 gold this.
4.
Eddie Shalantness.
8.
Oh, I should say Sharad.
7! I wanna see
6.
this.
Oh, I thought we were counting down.
I mean, if it was my turn. Eh.
Alrighty, peace. What you need?
I love.
I heard a
anything
blue.
But red. That works. That's a good one. Yep.
Is it? Ooh.
Hey, you know the funny thing is, I did not need that color, but it worked out in my favor.
That's really cool.
I dislike that.
Well, you say any color but red?
Yeah.
You see, the thing about that.
Is that?
That's also
You
unfortunate.
see?
Well. Hey, Game Boy Wolf! We're in quite the interesting. I love this for me because it doesn't matter.
I challenge that.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I had plenty of other cards I could have played. You're right. Oh, amazing.
I challenge thee.
Oh, this is so great. Ah,
Okay, you couldn't have given me any more of a one-sided card.
is that better?
Oh. I'm not sure how other people's hands start out, but why are my hands so blessed when it starts out and then it just gets ripped out of me?
That's a good question. Hey, that was rude. Give that back.
Wait. Oh. Okay. I didn't realize what way we were going in the beginning.
The other
Okay, what
way.
color?
Blue.
I heard blue.
Yes.
Go again.
No, I insist.
Oh, well, you know, I guess if that's the case.
Oh, if it was a
Five.
2 to 5 jump. What? Oh my goodness.
6. You
It
have
used
7?
to be a nice color.
7?
It's just
Do I
6.
hit 7? Just 6.
Just 6.
Ah, yes.
Just
Thank you.
6. 1.
It's all 6, only 6.
I like 1.
Oops, all 6s.
You know, the problem with that is we're gonna have to count again, but the wrong direction.
Ah. Oh, I see. This is quite the hand here.
I have a feeling I don't want this pointed at me.
No, it's not great.
Oh. Oh, that's...
You can, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
I see, you're not gonna have that for long.
Do it again, do it again, do it again!
Do it again.
Woo!
Well, the problem is I don't have blue. Have a
Don't worry, I'll
5.
get it back. I have a plan. No!
Now, what's this plan?
So what is that
Did
plan?
it include that +4 by any chance?
That was gonna be my last card.
But it's such a good card to play.
It is a great card
How could
to
you
play.
save it for last?
Because it's a non-conditional ending of the Uno.
Oh, that's very not
You
good.
don't know.
It's
Oh.
not.
I'm gonna have to risk it for biscuit. Oh, that'll work. That'll fix it.
Yeah, well.
That's less great.
Well,
Keep
we
it,
know they can't
keep it
play.
yellow.
Well, that's convenient for them.
That works.
No.
That...
Well,
It's still
they can't
fine.
play still.
There we go. Okay, well, now I have it.
Interesting.
It's very...
Fudge.
These are choices that have been made today.
Have a 1.
I don't want it.
I know, I don't
Damn.
want the yellow either.
Oh, well, this is happening.
Ah, yes. Ah,
Okay,
he took
all
it like a
chance
champ.
they
He
would've
did
had
take
that.
it like a champ.
Hey, take this like a champ, please.
No!
Sorry.
The AI will take it too, it's fine.
Okay, I won't do
How
that
dare.
again. Never
Oh,
mind.
okay.
I guess I won't
okay.
do that again.
Alright,
guess-
what's going on here?
Hey, I have one of those.
I can finally do something.
You know, this makes me feel like right now,
Uh-oh.
like all these jumping ends, I can't do anything about that.
That's
Oh.
fine.
Oh, I failed the quick time event.
Oh no.
I don't get to play and I get cards.
Isn't this a great day for you?
That's just a test of my reflexes.
Oh
yeah.
god.
That's all this is. I failed the skill check. Oh, it's my turn now.
It is your turn.
Huh, didn't realize it.
So many 9s. Oh,
Well,
that's not
you know-
enough 9s.
You know what they say, when 9 and 9 meets 9.
Oh.
Get 3,333.
Oh, okay.
I had no way to combat that. So never
Okay.
mind. Thank you, Ubisoft. Very
It's
cool.
just going around and
Oh, this is
okay,
unfortunate.
that's a lot of
Thanks, Ubisoft.
Well,
Very cool.
so much for that hand. Okay, I guess you can have it. Alright.
I want it.
It's fine, I mean.
The one time I want someone to take this average hand.
I mean, that hand's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of become average.
Yeah, so hey.
It's better than this one, though. Jeez.
I bet.
Oh, cool. I'll take that back.
This hand is okay, somewhat balanced. I can somewhat work with it.
I've been working on this hand for a moment now. It's fine.
Oh, wrong color. Gotcha.
4? How about a 5? 6?
You know, I got a 6.
Do I hear 6?
You got a 9. It's like a 6.
I'll take it. A 3. You only got a 4.
How about
That's
another
3.
3?
That's not how you count. That's not how you count. Leave me alone.
Our CD has a scratch in it. It keeps skipping.
Ah, that's a choice.
Oh no.
I don't like that choice.
That's a better choice.
I don't
Let's
like
do
that
that.
choice either. There's a reason for that choice. Okay, you know, got a 6.
Yes.
And half of 6.
3, 2.
I
didn't call it no.
had issues. No. There was too many buttons that popped up. I couldn't choose which one to pick, and I didn't pick any of them.
5.
Indecision.
It's fine. I can still play.
Ruins us all.
2. Oh no.
I'm not the bad guy here.
You.
You know what? Give me more cards. Oh wow. Hey, since it's the AI, and I actually paid attention
There's
this time.
certainly some sort of danger, isn't there?
No, they just have all green. Get wrecked,
That
AI.
works.
Okay,
Oh.
God,
Oh, get
no!
wrecked, Arcane, I guess.
Damn it!
I was trying to wreck the AI.
That's unfortunate. They don't have.
You can't reason with an AI, but
Shut
they
up,
surely
Jeremy.
can listen to your conversation on Discord.
Nope.
Oh no. Oh
No.
God.
No.
Oh, there you go. Something, finally.
Enjoy.
Oh.
Interesting.
I mean, we can keep this going.
You know, it's okay. Gosh darn it. I worked so hard on that hand. I don't want that! What did I do?
Good.
I still don't have red. Hey.
I don't have red either,
That's what you get for taking
but
my
I
hand.
could.
Ah, that works.
Oh, none of these options are going to be good. I can tell.
Technically, Amaris, if you and Apollo do the Steam family sharing, Apollo has Steam. So, I mean... You could
Yes,
still
don't-
play.
Yeah, don't let me play. This hand is terrible. Why would you do this?
Why would I
I'm
not?
I am going to bite my hand.
My 7! What have you done?
Well, unfortunately, that was the wrong choice.
Well...
I had a feeling.
Oh, jeez.
Arcane also had a 7.
There were so many 7s floating around during that.
All the 7s.
Oh my god. Ah, we're trying to knock stuff over.
Someone's gonna hit the jackpot.
This hand though.
Thank you, Jay. I do open
Why do I have to go first? You're gonna
That's a
make me
good
do
question.
things I don't want to use off the bat.
Aw.
Hey, I can work with that. And by that, I mean be super aggressive.
Oh, that's a choice.
That.
I'm scared of it. I'm scared of it. That pause. This pause.
Oh.
See, but the thing is, I'm not scared of it.
Oh.
Trust me, I was not in any danger whatsoever.
No. Oh no. Why? Why is okay?
Like I said, I get good hands. And
This is your fault. This is your fault.
I didn't do anything.
You started it.
I breathe.
Well, this is the consequences of your own actions.
To be fair, he's got plenty of what he wants in there anyway.
Or do I? Oh, this is not even that bad of an exchange.
Well, I guess you have
Well,
it back
this
now,
is
Peace.
unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh, peace. We
It's
could have had
not so-
a perfect setup.
Mm.
Well, you see, you left
That's-
no yellow in this hand.
Oh, I'm saying
Well,
about that.
why am I aggressive right now? That was uncalled for. Like, how does that work? I couldn't have done anything anyway.
Yeah, you had another card you could have played.
I jumped in.
Yeah, but you jumped in and you still had a card that worked with that color.
Color this. Oh,
Oh.
I do appreciate the 8. That's a good 8.
Ooh,
Crazy
I
eights.
appreciate the green. It's a good green.
Yes. It is.
Crazy
it is quite the
twos.
green.
I don't
Crazy
know.
five.
Ah,
Okay.
crazy deck draw. I felt left out.
Oh, it's getting crazy. It's getting crazy.
I shouldn't have called it crazy. Oh no. That's pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
I would like this.
Crazy? I was crazy once. You locked me in a
That
room.
was a choice.
Love a room.
I don't
Everyone
know why I
put it right.
challenged that.
I do enjoy this blue, though.
It's a good blue.
It is quite
I
a good
have
color,
a
yes.
hand. Chat, look at this.
What are you looking at?
My
I
hand.
Are
Y'all
you
are
looking
not
at
chat.
this
Y'all
hand?
How dare!
Hmm.
Haha!
Hmm.
See? It did it again! It did it again!
Oh, you're right, Jay.
Listening
Sorry.
on our
Look at these
conversation.
hands. Here you go, Peace.
No, I insist.
Oh, see, but it was a much better setup going the other direction.
How?
You would have found out if you'd left it going the other direction.
What?
I don't think I would have liked it going in the other direction.
I
A
don't like
green
that
one!
color.
How dare?
Peace, fix it.
How dare?
I do
Fine,
not
I'll
like
fix
green
it.
eggs in ham.
Oh, don't. Oh, well, you should see. I told you it would have been great the other direction.
I fixed it though. You don't have to draw.
You're right, but now you have that mess to deal with. See?
I should have made it a different
Thank you.
color.
No. I saved your turn.
I sometimes
out well.
forget. I fixate
That's a
on one
4.
card.
I have that. Oh, look, a 4.
Ooh, I love fours.
Ooh, red. I like red.
I am setting up a game.
Wait. Oh, okay.
I no longer like red.
But I like red still.
Well, apparently the game understands this.
That's good, because we're setting things up. That's a bad
Oh,
color.
yellow 3. I do like this. The yellow 3 is
Yellow,
fine.
yellow, dirty fellow.
We don't, okay, thank you.
No.
Oh.
That's a pretty good color, though.
Yeah, look, that yellow and red. We need orange, and it'll make a flame.
Got ketchup and mustard.
I
all
hope there
over the
isn't an
place.
animatronic standing outside my
Oh, this is
bedroom door.
amazing, and it has no choice. Blazing, enjoy.
Oh, you.
What? I'm so mad.
Oh, you.
Why did it draw? The game
Because
was
the
over.
AI is stupid.
The game was over. I'm so upset. That was a beautiful setup. You little fucker. I'm so
How could you
upset.
do this on the day of my daughter's wedding?
On the day of my beautiful hand.
Here.
Oh,
Feel the pain.
no one deserves that hand but me.
Oh, wait a minute. What just happened?
I took my
You
hand back.
switched hands.
Wait, that was your hand? I thought that hand looked familiar, though.
Probably did. I worked so hard on it though, and it's mine. They ruined it.
It's ruined.
Ruined.
Hiya!
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Nice
dude.
try. Oh, I couldn't jump in. That's okay.
Oh, no, AI.
Oh well.
Yes.
Here, now you can have it.
Problem.
Oh,
Mhm.
I see now. Oh, that's so bad.
Yep.
That's not a
the
good.
problem.
No. It's not a problem anymore. We're fine.
For now.
Oh, yeah. In the words of Metaton.
That's fine.
Oh, no, bro.
You.
The AI is sweating so bad.
I challenge thee.
Well,
That's okay. I have a chance to get less mid cards.
that's fine. I can't do anything about that. Although
I
we're
almost
gonna want
lashed
to, we're
out,
gonna want to
Peace.
get it off of yellow though. Thank you.
I almost lashed out, Peace. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at that. Kindness begets kindness. Screw you, AI.
Oh, we can work with this.
I cannot. Yes.
Every time, just when you think you're getting somewhere.
Yep.
Oh, I wonder how that feels.
Hey, do you want this hand back, Blazing? I think you'd like it now.
Sure. This hand isn't doing too much justice for me.
I've gotta
Not enough orange in it for me. Ah.
somehow get it to you.
Don't worry. We'll find a way. Life finds a way.
Ah,
I'm sure you'll like it.
Oh, I love it.
That's what I thought.
I don't.
Look, you're on the opposite end of the table. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm all the way over here, like.
Is that a 9 or okay? That's a 9.
a
It's a 9.
I know every
Not a
time I
glass
have to
eye.
look for the line, and I'm just like, what?
Oh, why did I? Oh, I should have played the other one.
Okay. Okay. You wanted to play
another
something
9.
else?
Yeah, I meant to play this card initially.
There you go.
I didn't realize. See, I fixated one card in my
Oh,
hand.
well.
You son of a sea turtle!
Enjoy that. It's a really nice
well,
hand. Oh, well. Maybe don't enjoy it.
You know,
I can work with that.
Nope.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Well, now I'm concerned.
I am a Stegosaurus.
Oh.
That's... You didn't have to do
That's
that.
unfortunate.
That was...
Right, that
You
was in
know-
my hand.
Can I challenge
thought
you,
he
Blazing?
dropped
You're asking the wrong person.
Blazing,
I-
pay more
I
attention
swear
to
he
your
got
hand! No!
I wasn't paying attention to the hand. I keep saying I fixate on one card in my hand. Don't look at the other ones. I look at the symbol, not the
Ow.
color. That's why I keep saying, oh wait, wrong color.
Do I do it or not?
Aw, do
Do I
it.
do it? Alright.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
I mean, enjoy that. Was it worth it?
I can't say for sure yet. Stop it, Peace.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Well then.
Oh wait, no, don't.
Aw.
No, they're gonna double jump on them. Oh no. Stop it, AI.
Mm.
If they're about to do it again, yeah.
Oh.
But they were gonna skip you, Arcane. That's why I said
Oh.
don't do it at first, but they just reversed it.
Oh.
They have 2 skips.
Those aren't
The
helpful.
colors, I don't know. Well, I did remember, but I forgot now. But just, they have 2, well, telling anyone else that's not me that they have 2 skips is pointless.
At least this part's going well.
Oh, I hope
Eights.
you, I wish
Crazy
I did
eights.
that.
You don't like eights.
What? I said I like it.
Oh, you do like eights. Oh, we all love eights.
Yeah.
Oh!
Why didn't you let me? Sometimes I swear that the timing on how long that lasts
Yeah.
is not consistent.
No, it's stupid sometimes.
It's like I pushed my card and immediately went over and it was just gone. I was like, oh.
Yeah, you're better
Oh,
off
never mind.
always trying
Yeah,
to remember to press
do
it
it
before you play a
first.
card, but I have choices.
Do you?
Ah!
That was a choice. Mm.
I have telepathy. Every color that I ever wanted, it has come up.
You had choices.
I had choices.
You gave yourself
Now-
away.
Let's
Now I
keep
have
it
more
red.
choices.
Oh
Now I've
yeah.
got more choices that don't have to be as tough.
You got a plus?
Let's keep it
Maybe.
red.
I don't know how long it'll be red. What?
What?
Oh.
What? I actually pushed it. It actually let me.
Okay,
You
game.
didn't
I'm-
keep it
Just
red,
being
folks.
stupid.
I actually pushed it, and the moment I pushed it, that's getting rude.
Wait,
I
so
will
you can
never
get
remember to press
challenged?
it first.
You son of a sea turtle! Stop it! Keep it red. No, I'm keeping this.
Mm,
Don't you do it?
yeah.
It's not worth it.
Oh, oh my.
It's not worth it, AI. Okay, well, have a nice day.
Oh my.
Keep it red.
Keep it red. I can
Good,
do
now
that.
I don't have to worry about
Oh,
either
well,
of those
I could have
cards.
kept it red.
Well, you see,
They
you wanted
can't.
me to keep it red. That's the only red I had.
My red would
Peace,
have been
don't worry.
funnier.
I can tell Peace
Will
that
this
we're
fix it?
good now.
should
I-
fix it, right?
Can we make it red again?
No.
Ah.
I see.
Peace. We can do this.
Can we?
With a 6, right?
Peace knows what I'm referring to.
What are we referring to?
Keeping it red.
Well, unfortunately, it is not red.
It's not.
I thought it was red, and then I drew a red car and didn't stop. It's still not stopping.
It's not stopping.
It's not.
Aha.
Don't worry, Peace. We're going to get this set up again.
Aw.
Not this fast again.
We're setting it up, don't worry.
I almost
Okay,
thought I
now
didn't
it's
have
green.
anything.
Alright, now
Yep.
it's yellow.
We're setting it
Yellow
up.
is not good. No, we're not.
We're
No.
fine, we're fine. Don't worry, we're setting it up. We set it up, see?
Okay, we are setting it up.
Unfortunately, all I could do with yellow.
We're setting it up. It's fine. Did I set it up,
That's-
Peace?
That's not a good
Damn.
number.
No. Okay, we're setting it up, AI. Oh, wrong color.
It's your turn. Ah, I see.
Alright.
Well, we've set it up. The AI just has
Oh,
to
wait.
slam dunk it now. Ah, I see. Well.
The AI will not win.
Well, there goes that, whatever color card it was. Blue something,
Yeah.
I think?
It was a blue too.
Got it.
Don't worry, Peace. You'll thank me in the long run.
Here, you wanna
Going.
play a game?
I'm
Play
not
the game.
sure.
Play the game.
Whose turn is it?
The AI.
AI.
Oh, it's yours. Okay.
Or yours.
We're still playing the game.
Apparently.
Ah, that's.
Not.
I beg to differ.
Not good.
No, got it. They're two blues.
Alright.
Peace, you could have drew.
But
You
then
coulda
I don't
drew.
then it adds more cards. Why would I draw if it doesn't tell me to actually draw?
I could have changed it. Whoops. Well, that's on me.
Peace,
That's
they
not.
win.
Well, now they win.
Well, this is Arcane's fault.
It is. Now you could have drawn.
That's right.
I wouldn't have been able to play the card though.
I built that hand up so
man.
much. I was just ready for it. Just a plus
Don't
two
worry,
mania.
Jay. I ended it.
I had a +2 of every color.
Oh, let's start off spicy.
Okay.
Don't you dare. Okay.
Well, now you've got even more spice.
I love this. And what good spice it is.
Oh, I can
Yeah, I've
breathe.
got a 3.
I cannot breathe. I am choking.
No, don't choke.
I am choking.
Unchoked!
I am very much choking
Oh,
right now.
no.
I might as well go out with a bang.
Well.
I will send you to Jesus.
I don't like this red color.
Let's play a game. There you go.
Games? We're playing games?
I want to play a game.
It's
It
not as
looks
good as
like I
some
am
of
the
my other
game.
games, but well,
I guess I am the game.
you are the game. Because you are definitely getting played.
Well, I'll just sit here with my almost half regulation sized Yu-Gi-Oh deck. With mid cards. Oh, it's my turn finally?
Mhm.
Don't, please just don't ask.
Oh,
Oh. Hey, we're playing a game.
we are.
Don't worry, I'll
You
keep
know
playing. Here, you can have it back.
Whose turn is it?
It's yours.
Yours.
Oh,
Ah.
that's a choice that you have
I
made.
don't like that.
And
Nope,
neither of us do.
that's a bad choice. Nope.
Fix it, piece.
Alright. Ah, does a 6 fix it?
It does not.
Damn it.
Fix it, piece.
I'm just sitting on rainbow.
Alright.
I believe in you. You can
well,
fix it.
I can fix it. What color you want?
Ah, that green. I'll take it.
Alright.
I'll take a couple extra colors. It's fine.
It'll be crazy if I had one of those.
Ah, see, that did so much for my colors. I have so many options now.
Yay, options.
You do you?
I don't. Ugh.
Dag nabbit.
Oh, dang it, Bobby.
Mm.
Frickin'
It's fine.
one.
I can at least survive. Oh
Good.
no.
You don't
No.
want to do that. Why
Do
would
it.
you
Do
do
it.
that?
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Come on.
No.
Come Come on.
Fine, I'll do it.
Damn it,
Oh.
game. I do like
Back
this
to a
yellow,
normal
though.
game.
We could just stick with this yellow. It'd be great.
I can stick with it for a little
Here,
bit.
have a 5.
I love
I'm
fives.
not gonna change it.
Yay!
Oh no.
I don't like
Don't
that.
you give that back.
Well,
You give that back.
I know that the AI doesn't like.
I
pick
don't
the
like
brand.
yellow anymore.
have a 2.
Oh, that's fine. 2 was not it either.
Mm, all right.
Let's just keep it going.
Do you have another 4? Oh, that works. That's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
I
See?
can't live with that.
I can live with that too, though. Like that's an okay color.
That's
okay.
not game.
It's bad.
This one
But
is
it's
a
less
play
bad.
of 9.
Haha! I saved us.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't it great?
A 1.
Mm.
Another 1.
Look at
A
that.
2.
Look at that indeed.
A 2.
Okay.
A 2. A 1.
Look at that.
A 1.
Alright. This is happening.
A 1.
Oh, that's a color choice. That's a color choice. You have made a choice. That's not good.
That's terrible.
See, if it were blue, I could fix it.
Interesting.
I could fix
They
it
made it the
at
colors
least
that
a
they
little
need.
bit if it was red as well. But those are the only colors I can fix it on.
Let's see. Can this fix it?
Mm.
Oh, that fixes it.
Does it though?
Oh wait, no, it does not.
Uh-oh. Hope it doesn't have green.
This fixes it.
Oh, but does it?
As long as they don't have you don't have a green, it'll be fine.
I don't know what color it has. I can fix it on blue.
This'll fix it.
That would do something.
Oh,
You
yes.
fix it blazing? Oh, well. Uh-oh.
What are they doing? They can't do
Okay.
anything.
You
They just
know.
need a green. Just any green. That's why I was like,
Mhm.
I'll take my chances with the heart of the cards.
Okay.
A
Oh.
6.
I failed the
Yeah.
skill check.
Oh,
Eh,
that's unfortunate.
eh.
Can we not be on yellow anymore? That'd be cool.
I'd love that.
about that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
That was the 6 that could have won them the game. When you look at that.
Blue 6.
Okay. I don't need to go, it's
These are
fine.
choices. We don't need turns, do we?
No. Oh, certainly not.
Okay. Oh,
Now you get to go.
That's much more helpful, thank you. I like going, so I'll go twice.
Double 4s. So will I.
Yay! Keep it blue? Nope, okay.
Nope.
Trust me, you wouldn't want that.
But I do.
Not on this of the day of my daughter's wedding.
That's fine.
I can fix it.
It's blue.
Is it though?
You're right. I can be present.
Don't do it, AI. Don't you do it.
I'm scared. I'm
I'm
scared.
gonna do it.
Help. Oh no.
The 14th card. Nope.
Gonna happen.
Okay, that's fine. Do it again. That was clearly difficult for you.
In a roar.
Oh, okay. Still though. Oh.
What?
I thought that was difficult for them. What?
They're playing us.
That sucks.
What?
Oh, that sucks a little bit less.
Hmm.
I've got so many options. Let's do that one.
I dislike that one.
I'm sorry. I should have asked.
Alright, I can
Is
fix
this wait? Okay.
Oh, why would you pick that color? We know someone
Because
doesn't have that color.
That's the one.
But we know that there's people in here that don't have that color.
But
like
I have
any
a
of it.
rainbow. It's the One Piece.
There's people with 14 cards that don't have that color.
Oh my goodness. Clicking back into my game, I almost clicked the wrong card.
Ah, that would have been bad.
Yeah, especially because I couldn't take it back.
I can also play
Wait.
cards.
You see, if we do this enough, you won't have to worry about this color anymore.
You're right.
See?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I would like to play too.
I like 2s.
I'm gonna keep playing since you guys neglected me.
It's just like that.
It's a
Oh,
great
so
hand.
boy.
Have fun.
Here, enjoy the reason I needed red.
How about a 3?
That's a 5.
Oh wait, I
Live
forgot
with
the
that.
AI was here.
I forgot.
I was like, where did that card come from? The left?
I'll enjoy
No!
that hand back. Look at that hand, Blazing. You should love that.
No, my hand, my brand.
That hand is like just as good.
Huh?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Why would you do
Get ready
that?
for it.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm feeling a little. This animatronic's feeling a little quirky
Well, I
today.
have red now.
Oh. Do you?
I do.
That's good.
But I don't have red.
That's unfortunate.
Quite.
That's only unfortunate until it becomes not unfortunate.
Oh.
Yep.
Well,
Ah.
that's a problem.
That could have been me.
Yeah, you want this back?
I do.
I do.
Well, okay.
Man.
Sorry, Peace.
God damn it.
Ah, I see. Well, Peace,
Ah.
it didn't have to be red.
Curses.
I'm so glad you
Foiled
let me
yet
click it that
again.
time because I forgot to click it beforehand again.
Hey, I don't know if you're in danger.
I'm probably in so much danger. Uh-oh.
I don't think you are.
Well,
Oh,
the
no.
problem
Alright.
is that I'm in danger regardless.
Oh,
The red has expired.
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Uh-huh. There we go.
An 8. Alright, how about a 6?
I can't do anything with that 6.
That's
Quite
unfortunate.
six.
It's a good thing. Hopefully, that is the last red we'll need this round.
You say that.
Because I no longer need red.
Uh-huh. I
see.
don't like that, though.
No.
Red.
See, there's red.
Well,
Red
you
begets red.
see.
Blue is good. I like blue. It's quite the choice there.
Oh yeah. Wow. They are smiling upon me right
okay,
now.
hey, that was... What is
The
this?
dead mango gods are smiling upon me.
Oh, no.
What the absolute fuck is this?
Man. Now I have to play this average 3.
Play more average cards. Don't play a blue.
You were the one that did it. You made it yellow. And then I used the one yellow 3 I had.
I would love to show you why I made it yellow.
Yellow. Hi AI, get wrecked.
Well, okay.
But you
Ah.
did have.
No, give it back.
Never
So
red.
I
Give
don't
it
have
back.
any options here.
Yeah, give it back.
Hooray, no more reds. They're gonna destroy that hand piece. Oh,
I
they can get blue.
Can't have that.
That's fine.
Give it back.
Wait. Oh, okay. Also, wait, I can't go now?
There you go.
As long as there are any zeros being played, we'll be fine. Well, Arcane will be fine.
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yeah, just don't play a zero.
Got it.
You'll be in danger. Well, no, now somebody will be in danger. No, you're still be in danger. You're in between.
That's fine.
Peace knows. I'm not to be trifled with. Well, the AI is going to be in the
See, that's...
the line of fire.
Can't we just make it blue?
I would love to if I had blue cards that would actually be in my advantage. I can't do.
I love when the game decides to fix my fuck-ups for me.
I just exist.
That is true.
Ah, peace.
Oh.
This is Arcane's fault.
This isn't... No. Okay.
Just needs to be blue, and all this will be solved.
I'm sorry. I'm super sorry. I'll make it super not your turn.
Alrighty. Crazy eights.
Crazy eights, huh? Oh.
I can't work with that.
You know, Peace, I was gonna do something for you.
Wrong choice.
That was the wrong choice. Because I closed my eyes and I just circled my mouse around.
That was terrifying.
Peace. Put head down. Glasses. Give off glare. Push finger up towards glasses. Push them up with one finger.
Oh, all of that,
hard.
and that's...
Wrong
You
color,
know,
but good.
I'm just... You know... Oh wow.
You've activated my trap.
Now. You game. I need blue.
Man.
I now need said color. Don't touch me.
Why?
Oh.
You. What the fuck? Everything's booked.
Uh-huh. This hand was really going places earlier.
Well, you see, if you just made it blue a lot
See,
earlier.
the thing is when there were the crazy eights, I would have made it blue for you.
Oh.
Oh
Maybe-
no, Jay.
Maybe the AI will do the thing for me. That's not the thing.
That's not the thing.
Well, let's give it a second chance. Let them cook.
Come on,
Uh-huh.
do it. Really? Really?
See, but the problem.
Think about it, piece. Oh.
I can work with that. I can't work with that.
I can work with that. I can't work with that. No, wait, I can't.
Thank God.
Oh.
Peace, no! I could have granted you your wish!
I was working with that.
Wait, okay. I had to remember which way that it went. Peace, I could have. Wait. Peace, I
Ah.
grant you your wish.
My hand. Okay. What the
He's
fuck
no
is this?
dude.
No, I don't want this.
Alright.
Hey, that worked out! Does everyone have the original hand back now?
No.
No.
Oh, what the... Okay.
I think the AI has my hand.
And
where's
Arcane
your
has
hand?
mine.
Oh, god damn.
My hand, what are we doing to it? You butchered my
Adding
baby.
cards.
Well,
I tried.
I
You
guess
can't
I'll
say I
take my
didn't
hand
try.
back.
Gonna do it? Yay! Arcane did the thing!
I
Yeah,
don't
but I
want my
already
hand
did my
anymore.
thing and now I'm stuck.
My hand is ruined.
1.
Oh, this is disgusting.
Can we make it unblue?
Yes, distinctly
color do you
unblue
want?
would be great.
Yellow.
Okay. They want yellow.
Yellow is a fine color.
It's a great color. Full of so many
I
possibilities.
can't guarantee that it's going to stay yellow.
That's fine. You tried. That's all that matters.
This is why.
Our friendship remains intact. That's a horrible thing for you to do. You did that on purpose. Not only is it, you know, hold on, no. Stop that. I knew it!
Well, you got out of 8 cards at least.
This is...
Although the oh yeah, you still get to go, but it's blue.
It's not letting me!
Oh, is it broken?
It didn't let me go. I had a card I
Well,
could play.
+5.
I don't wanna be here.
See, I tried to help.
You
I
should
knew
have
what card
not
they had.
helped.
This is
I'm
the color we
helping!
want, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it that
Super
color, it's
helpful.
fine.
I'll fix the problem.
Okay.
There. I skipped
Hi,
the problem.
it's me. I'm the problem.
Oh God. Oh God.
I'm just gonna start going through cards here.
Here. Go
Thank
again.
you. I would love to go again and get rid of more cards by jumping in with myself.
Now, peace. Don't play
Oh,
those
thank
other
you.
2 cards you see. Save them for me.
Uh-oh.
Well, I have no
Don't
choice.
play those other two cards. Save them for me.
Oh.
Come on. Hey, Peace. I don't know what's in your hand. Do you have anything that can change colors?
Nope.
Okay.
What?
Here, have a 4.
I'll take a 4.
Huh, that 4 was looking very familiar and that I just drew, but not in the
Have a
positive
1.
way. Well, it was very positive.
So what kind of cards are we not wanting the AI to play? Is it this kind?
Arcade, you just don't know what you've done.
Oh no!
Give it back.
Nope.
Oh no!
Those are the forbidden cards.
I love the forbidden cards.
Beast, you
A
just had
1.
the unfortunate side effect of being to the right of me. Oh wait, this. I should have drew. I need 1 card. If you recall this table from me, this would be a lot easier. The danger would be not there.
I'll fix some of it here. Yeah. No game. Bad.
That might work.
I guess I could have done it.
well,
I probably
I
should have
think-
done it.
I'm gonna have to just take that because
Well,
you didn't leave any other
alright.
choices.
I should have done the
Ew.
thing.
Oh no!
I should have
Peace,
done
you
the
gotta get that
thing.
hand back. I don't know what you have.
Well, if we can
Gonna-
keep it yellow, we can get 1 step closer.
But that's not a good idea. You want the bot to have this?
He's had it so far, and we've been fine.
Yeah.
You are running out of
fine.
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 Oh,
Okay.
that hand is
Oh, Jay, I
ruined.
100% knew what I was doing when I played that.
My hand. My brain.
Yeah.
You're gonna put
Maybe.
yourself in the line of fire?
Uh,
Ooh,
at this point, I don't even care what color it is. I just need a specific card.
that's looking
Why,
mighty spicy.
Why have you
That's
done
looking
this,
awfully
AI?
spicy.
Oh no! You double jumped on it too.
I did, didn't I?
This cannot stand. Peace. Do something.
Yeah, Peace, do something.
Okay. I did something.
You
Do
did
something
indeed.
again.
Okay, I can do something with the color it is now.
Aww.
Is it ruined?
Yep.
I have 26 cards.
Oh my god, blazing. Well. That's fine.
No.
It's still fine.
At this
No.
point, okay. At this point, I have the whole deck in my hand.
You got the whole deck in your hands.
Oh god. So much bookending. Ah.
Just. Oh, you don't have enough time. Never mind. I'm saying just take it all in.
Oh.
Okay.
I know I'm not gonna win this. It doesn't
Alright,
even
Peace,
matter.
do something.
Peace can do a lot.
I know they can.
Oh, that wasn't what I was referring to, but yeah.
An unexpected something, but effective nonetheless.
Yes, I'll guess
That's
I'll start building
not-
up this hand again.
Alright. Do something.
Peace, did I give you that hand?
Yeah.
What's happened?
I think we had a 0. I think a 0 was played.
Okay.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. Wait, what?
That was an interesting pause. Have your hand back.
There you go.
It,
You
it
know
was
what?
because they had.
On
They had, like,
second
three
thought,
straws.
I'm gonna take that away from you again.
Oh, you. Oh, okay. That'll work.
4.
That'll work.
We're just gonna let the AI have some fun.
Oh, fun they shall have.
This is gonna
We're
hurt.
doomed. We're doomed.
The AI, it's untouchable right now.
We're
You know what?
doomed.
Oh no!
Ah,
Peace!
you can have it back.
You're in trouble.
Help.
You weren't in
Okay.
any danger. But it
Okay, I
did
guess
force
I'll
you to
build
use the
this hand
cards.
again. I'm just building everyone's hand at this point.
There you go, Peace.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, I was so hoping you would have one too. Oh, amazing.
Do you not know that every time I draw a card for the first time after we swap hands, I get that card?
Oh, great.
That was the first card I got.
Oh my god. Go again.
Mm.
8.
I'll just sit back and relax.
Will you though? There you go. Build that up.
Oh, of course.
6.
There you go, Peace.
I thought you wanted me to build up this hand.
Look at your chance.
Oh, the chance has already been acquired.
2.
So many 2s. You got another one, AI? You do! That was really cool.
Twos? Look, more 2.
So many 2s!
I have a 2 as well.
Oh,
Ha!
and it didn't even hit me. Alright, I mean...
3. I've got one of those.
I
cool.
do as well.
Oh my gosh, AI, a 3, a 3. Oh my
Okay.
god!
Three.
A 3?
Threes.
Alright, how about a 2 of a different style?
Interesting.
Hmm.
You've activated my trap
I
card.
know, I learned. I finally
Good.
pushed the button first. Ah, well,
Is this it?
no.
Oh,
We will never be free.
Mango can dream.
Alright.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll still go. It just...
Curse you, game!
Is that so?
So very much so.
Damn it.
Well, I'm not doing Uno then.
Oh. I'm sensing a trend.
Okay.
I racist.
Look at this hand shot. Look at this pattern.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's make it yellow.
That's a color, all right.
Quite
It is.
unfortunate.
Oh,
I got a feeling I'm in danger.
we're both in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Sixes are really cool. Well, there you go.
Biscuit.
So what did it have?
I'll keep that to myself because I have a plan.
Alright. Eights, crazy eights.
All right.
Oh
there.
my gosh. Oh my gosh, crazy eights. Well, those aren't eights.
No, they're 5s.
So what was that plan?
Interesting.
Very. Oh. That was indeed a plan. Just not yours.
Pieces in the corner. I'm about to end their whole careers. I don't even know.
Whole career. Alright, let's get one more match in here.
I
Last
could have
match.
played that blue 3.
Get some good cards to start with. Here, have another 5. A 9.
Pretty basic start. Twos. We like
Two.
twos.
I also have a 2.
So do I.
I've got a 1.
That's nice.
I have a 1.
We got ones. We got ones. Hey, I we got ones. You don't have one. That's not a 1.
They have
That's-
4s.
Haha!
What?
Liar!
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Liar, liar, plants for hire.
I had a 1 though.
This is quite unfortunate.
Well,
A 6.
sixes
How
are
about a
cool.
3?
Ah, well, that's... I don't... Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Oh!
Very much so.
That's... Who wants to play a game? Play the game, piece.
Yes, I'd
Where are we right now?
It's your turn.
We just did a few swapping hands. It's
Just a
still
little
in
bit.
the same order. We haven't changed much. Oh.
Did
Ah,
not expect that.
well,
Mm.
we were spicing it up very quickly. Wow.
5 and 5.
I'll take that back. Oh. Interesting.
How interesting.
Not interesting enough, but, you know, like, not bad. Not quite as interesting as Peace's turn, but, you know.
Curses.
Interesting.
I didn't have that card anyway.
Interesting, interesting.
Wow, what a draw.
Okay. Interesting, interesting.
No.
Super interesting, super interesting.
Are you sure about that?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Alright, that's...
Uh-huh.
or not.
Well... Oh, interesting, interesting.
Ah, yes.
Blue 4.
A 4, you say?
It's a blue 4.
Let's see who's going home tonight with the Uno.
Ah, that's. I
could always
am gonna
draw.
make a choice to draw. Ah.
Oh,
Oh, we're gonna do this now. Hey, Peace, you have a choice to make.
Mm.
It's a blue 4. Yeah, I thought so.
this is fine.
Ah, we all have some choices to make here. Oh, that's an easy choice. Oh, amazing.
How don't you go again?
No, I insist.
I don't even know where my hand is at this point.
Darn it. Have a 9.
Yeah, let's have
Oh.
9s. What about you, AI? You got a 9?
Well, they've got a 4.
What
And
about
another 4. And they have
They
another
do
4
have
in
a
there
4.
somewhere.
Okay, we no longer
there's
know
no
what cards
more.
they have.
A 4! Have an 8.
Crazy 8s.
They don't have yellow.
Yep, I thought so.
He doesn't have 8s. How dare?
So I'm just gonna leave
Hey,
it
that's
yellow.
my hand. I remember that hand.
I found your hand. About that.
I drew that from the previous +4.
Ah, well, have fun, Peace. You saw
Ah,
him and now you
darn
get
it.
him.
This is the second time I've been left with 2 cards I can't do anything with.
It's okay.
Ah. Where are you gonna take from? Oh, that was a choice.
Yes, it was.
Indeed.
A 4.
Make the choice.
Ugh, choice.
That's right. That's right, it's Uno.
Yep. No, this isn't going to go anywhere.
Yay!
Hooray!
Now we go again because that was too short.
That was awfully short, yeah.
I was hoping it was going to be over in like 3 turns. That would have been hilarious.
That would be funny.
LG, LG!
Last game, last game, last game. For real this time.
Wow!
About to
No!
start. Okay, well, goodbye.
Wow.
Have fun.
Yes.
That is fine. That is very much fine.
Ah, see, well that's, sir, that was rude.
Oh,
Fix it.
you
Oh,
won't
thank
let
you.
me play, huh? Oh, why have you done this? I can't believe you've done this.
You're welcome.
Peace, I would need you to hand over that property.
Alright, we'll hand it over.
Not that way.
How exciting!
Not that way.
Just return the favor. There you go, Peace.
Have a 9.
Have a 6-9.
69?
It's one of those letters.
Go again, Blazing.
I would jump in.
Wow, that's very kind of you. I'm gonna have to insist that you go again.
Yes.
How about I just jump in again?
Wow, amazing. Don't worry, Peace. I haven't forgotten about you. You can go now.
Well, let's forget about the AI for a second and let's let the adults talk at the table.
You're right, you're right.
Oh, good. I like this.
Oh, that's... I mean, you're right. I guess they deserve a chance to play, too.
I don't think they deserve a chance to play. They have 3 cards in their hand.
It is a problem, but so do you.
But I know I'm the problem, but let's not focus on me. I'm not the main character here.
Green, huh?
I'm just a boy and his mango that's sitting on the bed.
Well, he doesn't have 3 cards anymore.
But I just put down a 3 card.
A 3 card, huh? Yes, you're right, you're right. Do it. Oh. Alright. Oh, don't take that from... Okay.
Oh then,
That's fine.
slowly whittling it away. Well, thank you for that.
Oh, that's great.
That's not good. That's not the color I was looking for.
Wow, you had so many options.
That sleeping dog's lie piece.
They were going to +4 here.
But that was the right color.
No, it wasn't.
Now I have the 4. I can't do anything.
You know, I'm
with that.
surprised you had a red among all that yellow.
Well, you know what? Smitty Weber and Jaegerman Jensen. He was number 1. I thought we were gonna go around the table with the 1s.
No,
Hey,
I didn't
you
have
don't get
any
to play.
others.
I had another 1.
I mean, we could do 4s.
We can do 4s. Got any 4s AI?
Yeah, come on. Oh my god,
Oh.
it's amazing. Because I have 2 more.
Oh, look at that. I have 2 8s.
I have a 3.
Well, something at least.
I have a 3. You know, 3's going around. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. That's not a 3.
It's not.
That's not a 3.
Uh-oh.
I don't know
Oh,
what they
that's...
have.
Let's find out. Oh.
Well,
Well, that answers that then, I guess.
Wow, the AI wins at the last minute. They suck.
Okay.
I would.
I am gonna have to back out, though. It's already 11 and I should get sleep.
Sleep
4 hours.
11?
Yeah.
I woke up at 7 p.m. today.
Oh, jeez.
That sounds like a decent time.
But hey, we got a 4-hour stream in, which is all it's supposed to be on the half day, so... Perfect. That
It all
was so
worked
much
out.
fun. Oh, I enjoyed that so much.
More community games.
Yes, I'm so glad that I have this on the wheel. Alright. You guys have a good rest of your evenings.
Alrighty.
Talk to you guys later.
Alrighty.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, chat. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was so much fun for me. I haven't gotten to play Uno in absolutely forever. Physical copies or digital. Like, it's been a hot minute. So that was a ton of fun. And no friendships were ruined. We all just had a lovely time. A lovely time indeed. Alright, so, chat. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Tuesday is supposed to be Destiny Reset Day. I don't know how tomorrow's gonna go. I was tentatively invited to do the new Stardew update tomorrow. We'll see what happens. So yeah, it might be Stardew, it might be Destiny, it might be little bits of both, depending on things and stuff and whatnots. So, we'll see. We'll play it by ear. We'll figure out what's going on. But yeah, so that's the deal with that. Until then, though, let's see who is online that I can send y'all on over to in a raid. Who do we got? Let's send you guys on over to... Let's send you to Bird. Bird's playing some Banjo Tooie still. I don't think I've ever actually played Banjo Tooie. I know I've played the original, but yeah, let's get that queued up. Y'all know the drill with raids, though. Be nice. Follow Bird's rules. Most importantly, have fun. Alright. Get that going. And as always, chat, I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the heck it may be for you. And I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.